Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. No, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. The Pirates were rained out last night against the Brewers, so they will have a double header today. 12:05 is the first pitch right here on the Fan with coverage at 11 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, and Game 2 is set for 4:05. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Right now, it's going low.
Now, it's time to take a look around the links. It's time for Going Low with Chris Muller. Every Saturday morning, we cover the world of golf, both locally and nationally. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, Omni Bedford Springs, Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Conley Resort and Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania Golf Association, Hickory Heights Golf Club, Avalon Golf and Country Club, The Grand Resort, Shooters Golf, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Going Low with Chris Muller is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh my God, I'm back. It's been a while. And it is the Going Low show here on 93.7 The Fan. Welcome back in. Happy Saturday morning to you. Coffee golf, something that we get to celebrate because we've got the Scottish Open at the Renaissance Club in North Berwick. Don't call it the Renaissance Club in North Berwick. You'll sound like you don't know what you're talking about, and I'm sure they'll get very touchy about that over there. Joel Nelson, a smiling face to see early in the morning here in the building. Good to be back working with him, and of course, good to be back with my buddy Craig Mankins, PGA professional, who is joining us via the magic of technology today because somebody decided to blow up the bridge after the Squirrel Hill tunnels and then slide a new one into place, Craig. So it's a little bit dodgy for you as an eastern suburbs guy to get here by 7 in the morning. How are you, man?
I'm doing great, Chris. More importantly, how are you? And how's mom? And how's the new little one that you have at home? For all of our listeners out there, why don't you give a little update of where you've been?
Oh, yeah. So anybody that is a Going Low listener only and might not have heard this and does not follow me on socials, mom and baby Marlo, little baby girl Marlo, are both doing great. She is actually, this is how, I said this to Joel before we started, Craig, and thank you for asking about the little one and my wife. She's 1 month old today, dude. Insane.
Wow.
She's a month old already. This is her 1 month. She was born on June 11th. So I took some time off. I took some parental leave. We had a pre-scheduled family vacation with my family. Get this now. You'll like this. We took the vacation, and it went well. We drove down in one of those gigantic, Sprinter wagon vans when she was 2 weeks old. And we did that partly because my now middle child had been talking about having his birthday, which is June 30th, at the beach for 7 months. But also because I felt bad because the last time we had a big family vacation planned, we got pregnant with that middle child and couldn't go because he was only a week and a half old or something. So I was like, I can't sabotage 2 family vacations, our participation, by having a newborn. So we decided to go. But everybody's doing great. Little Marlo's awesome. We're getting enough sleep, so I think that's the big thing people wonder about parents. But everybody's healthy. Everybody's recovering well. And now baby Marlo has 2 older brothers who adore her and constantly ask to see her, give her little smooches, and then run around the house like demons when they're not paying attention to her. So,
well, more importantly, that's great that she has 2 older brothers to, keep a good eye on.
well, the way they are sometimes, if she's anything like my younger sister was with me and my older brother, because it's the same format, she's going to be the one calling the shots very early with those 2. She's going to be the one putting those 2 in their places, if it's anything. But, yeah, we're a family of 5, and she has already had to be subjected to a lot of, like, early morning golf watching and stuff like that. I've tried to get her off on the right foot here, Craig, and get her watching Link style golf, all that stuff, man. I've been making sure she's. I was looking up. There's golf scholarships that go unclaimed every year for women's golf.
Yes,
we're gonna. If I get her shooting 82, man, we're good. We're set. Get her to like a 6 handicap, and she's in.
That's a beautiful thing. More importantly, getting her liking it with a friend to play, and you'll be set. She'll be. Yeah, that'll be your way out of the house too.
Oh, trust me, brother. Yep. That's
not that you need out of the house, but it's nice to say, hey, listen, it's not me that wants to go golfing. It's our little baby girl that wants to go golfing.
I mean, my oldest is starting to think about it, but yeah, if by the time like he's 14 and she's 7, she wants to get out there and whack the ball around and he likes to play, I'll be like, honey, I'll take him. I'll watch them all day. You can go do whatever you want. I'm going to take all 3 kids to the golf course. We'll be set. We'll see you in 7 hours. Bye.
That's a great plan. That's an absolute great plan.
Well, thank you for asking.
Andy, you're welcome, buddy.
No, yeah, very happy to be back and getting into the saddle here and just doing the thing here. But I want to start. I go away for 4 weeks, and I come back in, and apparently the golf world has shifted so much that this happens, Craig. I got about a minute here. A seismic event out at the Renaissance Club. Don't call it the Renaissance Club in North Barrack. Here is the clip that will explain everything. Oh, hold on. Of course, I'm a little rusty on the trigger here and don't have my computer sound up. Hold up. Nelly, I knew I was going to mess this up, but now we're good. This is the big news in golf that I think is actually bigger than who wins this tournament or anything else. Here we go.
Obviously unusual for you to be fighting to make the cut. When you get to the turn, what's the mindset? What's the tactical approach when you're fighting to make up shots to get up that board?
Yeah, just try and get some looks. I felt like I struck it better on the back 9, but I just wasn't able to. I kept sitting there at, like good shot into 12, 25 feet, good shot into 13, get the kind of a gust there. 14, good shot, but it's still 20, 25 feet. Same thing on 15, and then 16, I felt like I hit a good shot and, just catches the upslope there, and then I'm in a pretty tough spot to get up and down and hit 2 really nice shots and just didn't hold putt just didn't go in, and then, like the 8th hole, I hit the fairway and I'm in a divot, and it's like, sometimes, and then like the 9th hole, felt like I hit it pretty solid and just hits that upslope short and just dies, and then I think it probably had to chip down in. So overall just not quite good enough. Just like I said, I just felt like I was hitting a little too far from the hole and wasn't holding any of those putts.
Unexpected weekend off for you now, 5 days to prepare for the start of the Open Championship. How does that preparation look now then?
A little different than I was planning. So I guess, figure out how I'll get down to Birkdale and then kind of go from there.
Well, wish you luck with that, Scotty. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Scotty Scheffler, Craig, 78 made cuts in a row. That's over. He's done. He sounded, I'll get to how he sounded about that. First off, I love the, I think that would probably be Sky Sports over there, the British commentators, the English commentators. I love how direct they are. They just straight up ask the questions. And these guys always give them better answers. I always respect it. They just cut right to the chase. No BS. Hey, it sucks. You missed the cut. Anyway, tell us about it.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. I really enjoy the British commentators over there.
The coverage of the event.
There's some leverages or some legends. I'm sorry, some legends. They've said some funny things over the years, but they are straight to the chase, and that's what you want to hear. You don't want to hear them beating around the bush. And Scotty might actually enjoy, the extra couple days.
He didn't seem that bothered by it, man. He just seemed kind of like you obviously can't see the video of that because I just grabbed that from their YouTube feed, and he just like didn't look that bothered. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's ticked because he, keeps making cuts. He has a chance to maybe run down a seemingly unbreakable record. Tiger, unsurprisingly, has the record with 142 straight made cuts, which is insane.
That's amazing.
It went from
when you think about it,
98 to 05. I think he lost it at the Byron Nelson one year.
Wow. 78 straight weeks. And they're not playing every week, but when you put that together, there's 56 weeks in a year, and then you take the holidays and stuff out. I don't know how long 78 lasted on.
Good news, golf, I can tell you.
Probably a lot closer to.
You ready?
Probably close to 2 years.
Longer. Almost 4 full years. Here, this is from Kyle Porter, who does an independent golf newsletter. He used to write for golf for CBS Sports. The last time Scottie Scheffler missed a cut, Taylor Swift was dating a guy named Joe Alwyn. I've never heard of Joe Alwyn in my life. Tom Brady was.
But we heard a song. Heard a song about Joe Alwyn. We heard a song about Joe Alwyn. We just don't know which one it was.
Okay. Yeah. No, you're right. That's actually a very good point. That's a very good point. Tom Brady was still quarterbacking the Bucs the last time Scottie Scheffler missed a cut. The World Cup hadn't started, but that was the one in Qatar, the one in the Middle East. That one hadn't even started yet. In tennis, Carlos Alcaraz, and Jannik Sinner had 0 Grand Slam titles between the two of them. They have a lot now. And Elon Musk had not yet purchased Twitter, just to name a few things that hadn't yet happened the last time Scottie missed a cut, which was in 2022.
Wow.
You know what the thing is I think about that real quick? Like, these guys obviously, and Scotty's like the best example. He's got a very lucrative deal with Nike. He's won so much money in tournaments with the prize money going up and some of the bonuses. He's set for several generations, and he doesn't seem money motivated. But I like putting it in these terms. For 4 straight years, if he entered a golf tournament, he was in the money. He was cashing a check on the weekend, which I think is, and I don't know about you, I think it's way more of a mental feat than it is a physical feat for him or anybody that has a streak like this.
No, you're right. And well, I think one of the biggest reasons is, number one, he didn't go into it just to make a cut, right? He went into it to try to win every one of those 78 golf tournaments. And usually that took care of itself. That's why he was always up there in the, top 20, top 10, top 5, and a constant guy up there at the top page of the leaderboard. For the guys that are just trying to scrape by and get their PGA Tour card, they're trying to make cuts. A little different. It is a mindset. You're 100% right. It's a total mindset in which, Scotty's had a good one. But every once in a while, just like he said on the clip, you're going to get some rub of the green stuff. The ball number 8 in the divot. The ball gets a wind gust. The golf guys are going to get you. They're going to help you some days, and some days they're going to take away. And you and I can even, reminisce about our own stories about crazy things that have happened. And for every good break, you do get a bad break. And for every bad break, you do get a good break. So I thought he really took it with a grain of salt. And I think he's looking forward to his extra work at Royal Birkdale.
Well, Nelly Korda also missed the cut at the Evian, which is a women's major that has its own little tradition of 30-plus years. And this is, by the way, just with that little footnote, Craig, this is from ESPN Insight's Twitter feed. It's the first time that both the men's and women's number 1 ranked players in the world each missed the cut on the same weekend since the women's golf world golf rankings were even introduced 20 years ago. So since they've had women's golf official world rankings in 2006, the top players in the world in each tour have not ever missed the cut, which is completely insane. The Scotty thing, by the way, just to go back to him though, like he gets talked about a lot. Like, hey, it's Scotty, but hey, Rory's still really good. Rory's having a good year. Like Cam Young was the flavor of the week for a while. I even thought Cam Young was going to pick off a major. Maybe he will. I mean, he's had a very good finish at an Open Championship prior to this in 22. But like you'll see Rory miss a cut at a major sometimes. You'll see him just like kind of bottle it and go sideways. You'll see Rahm miss cuts. You'll see, obviously, Bryson blow up at some of these. Tiger, this is why I think it's like a perfect, hey, since Tiger, who's been the best? And to me, it's Scotty. It's these two share this like mindset and this ability to just never, ever, ever kick it in, really. Like, it becomes newsworthy when one of those guys, obviously with Tiger, it was newsworthy, but now in Scheffler's case, like, oh my God, he's not playing the weekend. Like, this is jarring, and this is a weird thing to see. That's another feather in his cap for me that just puts him a cut above.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree. And I don't, even, to the U.S. Open, he had himself right there with a chance to win the tournament.
Yep.
And all those tournaments. Even the last week where he missed the playoff. That was last week, correct? Or am I a week off?
No, yeah, he was.
Yeah, was that 2 weeks ago?
He's been hunting for it. Yeah, at the Travelers, he's in there with Hovland.
Yep.
And just randomly misses a putt. Which, by the way, everyone seems to think that's the thing with him right now. He's two things. He doesn't putt it as well as he has in close. Like, he's, I guess, the best putter on tour from 25 feet and out, which is kind of wild. But hasn't made the shorties. And I think we might have a Craig Freeze situation there, Nelly. I don't know. I see it. He looks statuesque there for a second. There we go. I think we got him back.
There we are.
No, he's been awesome putting it deep, but he hasn't made shorties this year, and then he hasn't hit the ball as close to the hole either.
Yeah, that's it. I really think that you hit the nail on the head there. The putting, those 8 to 12 footers that he, usually pours in like it's his job.
Like Tiger Woods used. That was Tiger. When he was at his best, he never missed inside of like 6 feet, it felt like, when it mattered.
I know. Yeah, correct. And which Scotty's such a great iron player, and he constantly has looks. But, we get surprised when they miss. And it's a hard game. That's one of the beauties of golf. Anybody out there listening today can relate and say, hey, it's a hard game. Whether you're playing your buddy Bob, Bill, or whoever it is, you have that 8-footer to win $5 or win a Coke or win a hot dog.
Oh, the hands shake even when there's $5 on the line. The hands get a little wobbly, man. It sucks. I don't know how how did you ever do, like, you've obviously played in a lot of big local events where there's real stuff on the line, more than a $5 bet or a Coke or a beer or whatever. Mm-hmm. And you have often talked about how that if you have a golf superpower, you've always felt it's your putting. How do you steal the nerves? Like, when you've had big putts of major consequence in your golfing career, like, what's been your trick to try to keep the nerves as minimal as possible?
Well, the biggest thing is your routine. Your routine has to be the exact same all the time. So your heart rate never changes. And then the other thing is just focusing on what you want to do, where you want to hit that putt, and and not focusing on, a lot of people say, oh, I get up there, I just don't want a 3-putt. Well, as soon as you put that 3-putt in your brain, a lot of times they 3-putt. As soon as the guy says that, it tends to come out. But focusing on the line, focusing on exactly where I want to hit it, and knowing that sometimes I'm going to hit a really good putt and it might not go in, but still telling myself, hey, that's a good putt. I'm hitting it. As long as you're hitting it where you're looking and you're reading the greens, usually you'll do pretty well. And controlling your insides is a huge thing, because as soon as you get any heart rate increase, tension in your hands increases, then, the putter, all of a sudden that face starts closing and or opening, then it can be, you've seen people, it can be a real mess
I've battled it myself. I went left hand low in part because the hands were getting too involved, and now it's helped. But like, what you're really saying here, because I've heard other people say this, is something that I think is impossible not impossible, but it's close to impossible for golfers who care about what they're shooting and like genuinely want to get better to actually do. And you just said it. You said one of your keys to putting was essentially you didn't care if you made the putt. You wanted to make it, but you really cared about, I want to start the putt on the line I picked at the speed I wanted to roll it.
Speed.
And if I did that, whether it went in or not, I felt like I had accomplished the mission. Like I didn't. It sounds like you didn't care if the putt went in as long as you rolled it the way you wanted to roll it.
I did care in the sense of, and this is where you have to have, your golfing brain working, from inside 8 to 10 feet, I was confident if I did hit it on the line I wanted to, I did hit it the speed I wanted to, I was going to make 9 out of 10 of those.
Mm-hmm.
And then from the longer ones, from that perspective of, understanding that I'm going to hit a lot of good putts. And if I'm patient, they will go in. And what that really, projects, Chris, is confidence. And, if you're confident, like you can always tell that guy when you're playing with him and he's got a 4 or 5 footer and he's not confident. I mean, you can see it in their face. You can see it in their practice strokes. And, the guy who leaves it short from 4 or 5 feet, you don't have to ask anything, but that guy's probably not too confident with that flat stick in his hand.
I like that. That's some good putting thoughts to impart to everybody. So Scotty misses the cut at the Scottish Open. Chris Gotterup has a real chance to defend his title. You want to talk about an interesting golf swing? We can maybe get into him in a couple of minutes here. He appears to be a dude, as they say, and he's got an interesting move. We've got local golf to get to in about 20 minutes or so. Just an update on that. Craig is always all over the local golf scene, and there is a big one coming up. Perhaps the biggest one for a lot of people in the area, a mix of amateurs and professionals. But I want to talk about something we discovered, me and Craig, about each other, talking before the show today. We both have a favorite thing in golf, and we're going to talk about it coming up next. He's Craig Mankins. I'm Chris Muller. You are listening to Going Low on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates were rained out on Friday night, so they'll make it up on Saturday, beginning their series with the Milwaukee Brewers with a doubleheader. First pitch for Game 1 will be at 12:05. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 11 a.m. Game 2 will begin at 4:05. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's, and by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Belgium managed to be the first team to score a goal on Spain in this tournament to end the first half 1-1. But it wasn't enough for the Red Devils to beat La Roja. Mikel Merino came off the bench and 2 minutes later made an immediate impact by scoring the game winner for Spain. The Spaniards are now set to face the French in the semifinals on Tuesday. I'm Fernando Carlos.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
Attention BetMGM players. Have a friend who wants to join the action? Now both of you can earn a $100 bonus when they sign up through BetMGM's Refer a Friend program. Just sign into your BetMGM account and check out the Refer a Friend program to send your friend a message inviting them to register a new account. Once your friend signs up and makes a deposit, they'll receive a $100 bonus. And once your friend places a bet with their bonus and the bet is settled, you'll receive a $100 bonus as well. Plus, you can refer up to 5 friends a month. Share the excitement and get a $100 bonus every time you refer a friend to BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 30 days.
That's the sound we like to hear. It's time to book your trip to the Graham Resort in Warren, Ohio, and play your choice of 4 of the best courses you'll find anywhere. Our stay and play deals are unmatched. The most popular is our 3-round, 2-night stay and play, which starts at $549 per person during the week and $647 on the weekends. And ask about our off-season rates too. Visit thegrandresort.com or call 330-856-8825 and book the golf trip of a lifetime. Golf at the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. In looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek and Allison Park is the #1 golf club fitter in the area. Not only do they have the best two fitters, Jim Lynch and Zach Stein, they only do their fitting outdoors on their driving range. If you get fit indoors, you're not being fit. You must see ball flight to be fit properly. They also do fitting the day of purchase, so there is never a fitting fee. So when you're ready for the best club fitting experience, set up your appointment today. Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America. Fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Alex Goen, patented hypnosis. Lose weight, destroy cravings, late day binges, stress eating, no hunger, no willpower. Only $59.99 or your money back. In town July 23rd. Sign up at alexgoen.com. That's alexgoen.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. There you go. Good shot. If you like golf, you're in the right spot.
Thanks to tee off.
This is the Going Low Show, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The Going Low Show, Chris Muller, Craig Mankins. Good to be back after several weeks off in my case. Craig has been holding it down. I didn't ask you this at the start of the show, but how was it working with Joe Starkey on this program?
Oh, he loved it. You know, it's funny in which Joe, just like if you and I go out and we've golfed together, if we go out and golf,
I know what you're about. I know what you're about to say.
You're focused.
Yep.
Starkey brings in some enthusiasm and some excitement of some things that it was funny. It caught me off guard. I mean, we had a couple funny stories where he asked about, common courtesy.
He's very chaotic out. He's a very chaotic person.
Oh, it was a lot of fun. We really enjoyed our time, and I know he did, and so that's good. And we talked a lot about golf, to.
No, I'm going to ask you this. I
think he learned a couple things, which was good.
I'm going to ask you this. I try to always, if I'm going to ask you something that is like slyly really just me asking about my own game, I try to frame it as I'm doing this for the people, because I'm sure a lot of people feel the same way I do. And then that's how I try to like sneak in like, hey, Craig, help me with my game. I feel like Joe is nowhere near that sly, and he probably just openly said, Craig, help me with my golf game. I suck at chipping. How do I get better?
Yeah, well, the funny part with Joe was we did a lot more of the mental game, helping him with how to think about his game, because he's getting so much better. His, he gets a little excited, just like think about when you first started. Like he just shot 91. I listened on the radio this week at Laurel Valley, and he had 2 bad holes. And you know how, that's an accomplishment. Number one, to play a great course like Laurel Valley.
Yep.
Chris McKnight and their staff, it's great. But
awesome
number
people.
2, have a chance to shoot in the 80s. Like Joe said, that he just had 2 holes, and I think it's really neat. He laughed. He basically referred to me as the golf doctor, the psychologist. He told me I should open up a
shop,
a studio, and yes. I laughed.
He texts me stuff like this, just out of the blue. Oakmont was rock bottom for me when he and Pomp and I went out with our very generous guest Dave, or our host Dave, excuse me. And Joe did not play well. Yep. I didn't play particularly well that day either. Only our host was on his game. He goes, in the past week, I have a 90 at Butler, a 91 at Laurel, a 92 at Stonewall, an 89 at Cranberry today. So he was very gassed up to tell me all that. And he's playing early in the morning, which is hilarious. He definitely needs mental. I'll say this, and then I'll get to what we're actually going to talk about here in a second. The thing mentally for him that I bet is similar to me, but probably similar to anybody that's watching themselves improve at golf. I don't think he's super comfortable like actually hitting birdie putts and stuff like that. Remember we did the Red Tee Challenge, you and I at Moon. You were my Sherpa there.
Yeah.
I would recommend, if you're somebody who feels like you're getting better at golf, this is just my personal opinion, play the red tees at a course where you think if you hit the ball like you normally do, you'll have like several birdie putts, like 8 or 9 birdie putts if you hit it right over 18 holes. Just play the forward tees just to get comfortable having birdie putts and not feeling like those are rare gems where you get knock-kneed and nervous over them.
Correct, because every stroke counts the same. Whether, and a putt to save a double bogey might be your most important one of a round, or save a bogey. And, people do get nervous just because it is a birdie. And, one of the other things to recommend, a lot of people think when you get a lesson from a PGA professional, you're just going to get a swing lesson. And there's a lot of guys that can play golf swing, but a lot of people need help on the mental side of things, to where don't be afraid to ask your local PGA professional, if you're a member of a club, or even an assistant PGA professional, about going out and working on, even if it's just 3 or 4 holes, working on your philosophy and how you're going to attack these holes that you play. Because everybody probably has a golf course they play, and there's probably 2 or 3 holes where they say, oh man, I'm just not comfortable on this shot. I'm not comfortable, laying up here. I'm not comfortable hitting my driver here. What should I do? And you can get some good advice from people that have done it. And
is it a bad thing that as soon as you said that, I had like 4 separate holes at 4 separate courses immediately?
Yeah.
Pop
in your head.
13 at Moon. You watched me hit one during the Red Tee Challenge off the planet there, and managed to make 5 anyway. But yeah, completely off. Off the planet.
Was that the one that went to the left?
Yes. We were
We
were hunting and realized we weren't looking far enough left. Yeah. No, I had like 4 or 5 holes pop into my head on 4 or 5 separate courses the second you said that.
Yep. No, and everybody does. In which it's just important that mental game's just as important as your physical repetitions when you're working on your golf.
So that's good little tips, just that people can probably take out to the course with them today if you're getting out there and playing. I'm jealous if you are.
Yeah, a lot of members today. A lot of 5-9 hole matches.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's that time of year. That's fun.
Well, if they got washed out, if they got washed out yesterday, I love a good member. The point system. I don't know if you've ever played in ones where you try to, if you 7-2 somebody, you get you put into the pot for 7-2.
Yeah, correct.
I'll tell a quick story.
Yes,
I have a friend, a good friend of mine, who is a member at Wildwood Golf Club. And he and I were in. He and I have played the member guest there many times, and it's very well run. David Yukaitis and the staff there do an excellent job. They're top notch. Very funny social media videos too. And he and I were playing a match there. We were smoking the team we were playing, and we knew we had a very good chance to put a 7-2 on him and win a little extra cash for ourselves. It actually would have been a nice little couple $100 a piece. We get to 7. He's a high double-digit handicap, so he's like an 18 or a 19. So he's getting some pops on 7 there. It's the number 1 handicap hole.
Is that the one down the hill that slides?
Up the hill. Up the hill. Green is up on a kind of a plateau.
Oh, yeah.
Green
plateau.
slopes severely back to front. And this is before they had filled in the front with some rough. So if you missed a putt, it could roll down to the fairway. On and 2, all he needs to do is 3-putt. And we have a point, and we are almost certainly going to put a 7-2 on somebody. 4 jacks. 4, Craig. It hurts still to this day to think about. Anyway, I'm getting lost in the sauce here. Anybody's playing member guests, enjoy it. You and I discovered something about each other, talking casually before the show, just getting set up. I thought I was kind of on an island. I think I appreciate the Masters more now than I did as a kid, especially since they don't let anyone have their phones, which feels kind of nice when you see most golf tournaments and everyone's holding up their phone to record somebody or whatever. I've always loved the U.S. Open, golf course versus and USGA versus players. PGA Championship is the deepest field in golf. But I have always had the softest of spots for the Open Championship, Craig. It's my favorite golf tournament of the year. I love it. It's coffee golf. It's on in the morning. It's the kind of golf we never see in the States. It's true links golf. If you hear somebody say, I'm playing a links style course, unless it's on the shores of the ocean, they're not actually playing links golf. Ball on the ground, firm turf. Everything looks brown, but it's in good shape. I love it, man. I found out that it's your favorite tournament, too.
It is my favorite. And one of the biggest reasons it is my favorite is every year we used to host our member the third week of July. And usually that's always the British Open. So once I got everybody out there playing their matches, as a PGA pro, you do all your work before the tournament and that event. And then once it gets out there, it's pretty easy. And I loved watching those. The best part is every day you wake up, the weather's different. Could be sunny, could be rainy, could be cold. You see different outfits. And then you'll always see, the best is, overseas, you'll see some guy laying up in the fescue with a pair of shorts on, hat over his head, taking a nap.
Mm-hmm.
And you laugh and you go, now, was that guy drinking, did he have too many dark beers over there? What's going on up there? And they're always so courteous. I really love that about the fans, because
I love the relationship they have with golf over there, man. I just think it's like such a cool relationship.
Yes.
Like there are clubs that are private clubs, but any guest can get on basically, and they're really just like little things for each town. I love it.
Well, they understand the game, they respect the game, and they respect all the players. That's the one thing. If I had one thing, I'd tell every American fan, there's some places in the Northeast where, come on, we can do
You can
better.
just say it, Craig. I'll say it if you don't want to. Long Island. I'm not sure Long Island should get another big golf tournament, and I mean that. Well, I'll be that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, the Ryder, the way they
the Ryder Cup was a joke. I don't think Wyndham Clark is some sympathetic figure. I think he's a villain, but it was like borderline awkward at the U.S. Open the way they treated him.
Yeah, correct. In which now sometimes Wyndham can say, every bit of it. But you never saw that. When I was a kid growing up, you never saw any of that.
No, but they know what's up overseas. They know what's up overseas. You said it best. They respect the game and they respect people playing the game because they all play it. Like,
correct.
I love it, man. I absolutely love this. This is the best upcoming week of the year. And you know what? The Scottish Open is. So for people that don't know, the Renaissance Club it's a little inland. There's only a handful of holes that are on the coast. It's more of a links course, but it's not really. It's more looks like a links course. It doesn't play like St. Andrews does, the old course. It is between Muirfield, which is one of the true only few like private clubs over there that's very hard to get on, and North Berwick, which is like an all-time legendary, golf club of yesteryear. They have a fog delay right now. They're not even playing. Because it was sunny, it was nice, and then the fog rolled in.
That's kind of, I mean, you always just see something different in the Open Championships. It's and you always see new names on the leaderboard. You'll see all the studs. A lot of them will be up there, or some might miss the cut. But you'll see some new fellas that are up there, and it's always fun to watch. Everybody loves rooting for the underdog, and you can always find a fan favorite in the Open, because I guarantee that first day at Royal Birkdale, there's going to be Birkdale. Sorry, you're going to get a guy that's going to be in the top 2 or 3, and that
you've never heard of.
You're right, and it's going to be somebody from the DP World Tour. It's going to be somebody that qualified, maybe the Korn Ferry Tour or something. But it's a lot of fun. Yeah, and all the different shots. It's not always hitting the ball up in the air and stopping it. It's about, okay, I need to hit the ball here, and it's going to release, and it's going to roll out, which is totally a different game than most of the courses here in the United States. A lot of people, I used to have some arguments with some of my members. I shouldn't say arguments, I should say disagreements. They want to be able to hit a 4-iron and have it stop right away. And I said, that's not how golf was intended. I said, you're supposed to figure out, okay, I need to hit it between 200 and 205 yards, and then it's going to release to 218, and I'm going to have a good chance to, make a par on a really hard par 3. Yep, but fun, a lot of fun. I get excited.
It's funny, like it's an aerial game here. It's ball in the air in the States, and it's ball on the ground a lot there. Although Royal Birkdale, I will say, from doing my research, is a little more ball in the air than some places. You know where else you see I think you see who's the creative golfers, and you find out you can definitely dominate a course still if you're just striking it perfect and the wind is not up. Like, you'll see the old course will give up 22 under if the wind's not up. Now, if the wind's up, it's a different story.
Easy.
But, like, I think you see when the conditions are right, and they'll play through rain because the turf can handle it over there. That's kind of what it's built for. You see who's really creative, in my opinion, not just on those, like, half-iron shots, but around the greens. Because you have short grass runoff. You have all these humps and ridges. You have greens that are only stimping at, like, a 10 because they can't roll them any faster, or else the ball won't stay still. And so you see who really knows how to, like, be a creator of a shot around the greens, which is probably my favorite thing to watch. Because, like, I love watching golf, Craig, but I think you would agree with this. You watch just your average PGA Tour tournament on a given week, a lot of it can look the same. Pound a drive, stuff an iron or a wedge, make a putt. And this is a lot different, which I like.
Right. And especially on the short game, like you said, an amateur can pick up a lot of things, because if you really pay attention to it, over here in the States, when you miss a green, it's send it up in the air and set it down as soft as you can. Over there, it might be, you bump it into a knoll, it kills it, and then it goes left. You'll see some, even though the greens are slow, you'll see some shots where the ball will go dead sideways, and, you'll understand the slope then, but you can't really see it on TV. It's just fun to watch. It is. The creativity is so fun. Yeah.
What's your favorite course in the Open Championship Rota? Are you a traditionalist who goes with the one that most people pick?
Well, here's the funny part. You already said it. Mother Nature controls how hard it's going to be at the Open. And I can't say that I have a favorite. Number one, I haven't played over there yet. That's on the bucket list. I need to get over there, while the bones are still moving, to be able to play.
Yeah.
But The one time, I should say, I have more of a moment in the Open.
I know what you're. I knew you were going to say it. 99.
Oh.
I knew you were going to say it.
Yes,
he's in the burn. What's he doing?
Well, no, when he looked at everybody and he was getting them riled up, I was going, "What is this guy doing?" Like, I'm going, "This guy's losing his brain." And I feel bad that he lost, but that was definitely an interesting moment.
That's actually my favorite course in this whole thing. Like, I know I'm sure the old course would be my favorite to play, and it's got all the history. I think Carnoustie is the best actual course for it. Like, it's
tough.
I think it's the toughest course. If the wind is up, I think that's the one that protects par and like forces these guys into just some brutal spots. Like, I've always had a soft spot. That's where Van de Velde melted down. And I think that's probably the one for me. So I'm just glad that you and I share this. I think you're a man of culture. You and I were on the same page. Forget about all these other tournaments. Let's give me golf at 6 a.m. and give me the wind howling. Remember when Rory went out and based on the waves and he shot 63 and then he was in the bad weather wave for the second round and shot 80? I love that.
I know.
I love that. Give me all that.
I mean, that's unbelievable. And to see those guys and like some of the shots, and that's what makes it funny. And I know a couple of those announcers aren't on anymore for some color comments that they made, but some of them were just right off the cusp, but they were funny, and it's funny to listen to them, when they hit a bad one. Then you see these guys in the wet fescue, and all of a sudden they take a slash at it, and we're so used to them putting it on the green, and all of a sudden they take a slash at it, and it moves a foot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Interesting week to come, that's for certain. Have you heard the weather? What the weather's supposed to be like over there?
I haven't checked on it yet because I almost feel like it's a fool's errand to check 4 days out, because by the time you get to the day of, it could be changing by the hour, which is also kind of the fun part.
Yeah.
Pack your rain gear just in case.
Hey, one more neat British Open thing, and you might have been a little too young. I'll never forget and I forget which course it was, but it was a par 3 to start, and Ian Woosnam teed it up, and he hit his shot. Do you remember this? And he had given a club to his caddy, and he told him to get it out of his bag because he had 15 clubs. The caddy forgot to do it.
Oh, yeah.
He fired him on the spot. He fired the guy on the spot and pulled a guy out of the stands in the final round.
That's right.
Yeah,
that was at Lytham, Royal Lytham in St. Anne's. Yeah, you're right. Miles Byrne was his caddy. He threw his extra driver into the bushes and received an automatic 2-stroke penalty. He was 4 shots off the winner, which was Duval that year.
Yep.
He was. I guess the story goes that he didn't fire him on the spot, but then the caddy was late for the next week's tournament. If you're the caddy,
is that right?
Yeah, so he eventually let him go, but how are you late for the following week? You just had 15 clubs in the bag.
I was a kid. I thought he fired him on the spot. I remember I was young, but I'll never forget when he did that, and I thought, oh my gosh, you only have so many jobs to do as a caddy.
That's a tough one.
That is a tough one.
That's a tough scene. That's very tough.
Yeah, and I think he hit a really good shot, and Woosnam was a heck of a player. Short in stature, kind of stocky.
Fiery, though.
Swing all the time. Oh, he was fiery. Another good Ryder Cup guy. Oh, he was fiery after that. I'll never forget it. I kind of chuckled. I think I don't know if I was rooting for Duval, but I was rooting for somebody else, and I thought, ooh. That's a tough one.
Instead of taking a quick break, let's just finish up right here with some local stuff. We got a big one coming on Monday, the biggest one in the West Penn Golf Association portfolio, the West Penn Open at Willowbrook.
Let me tell you, Willowbrook is unbelievable shape right now. The greens are humming. The rough is high. It's in perfect shape. I saw my good friend Dan Obremski was just in town. He's getting back at it. I'm actually going to be caddying. I'm caddying for our good friend Justin Moose.
Nice.
On Monday and Tuesday at Willowbrook. But there's a lot of really good players, and there's so many young kids, that'll be playing in this event. Just like not only the West Penn Open, but qualifying for the PA Open at Laurel Valley, which is a big deal. I mean, when you think about it, the amateur is at Oakmont, and the Open is at Laurel this year. And wow, I might have it backwards, but Willowbrook, Laurel, and Oakmont all have 3 huge majors this year, which are pretty awesome. So there's a lot of local guys that will be in the hunt. But I was telling you about the qualifier at Laurel. Nick Haluda shot a little smooth. And I know they had to shoot 3 under.
Out at Ligonier, huh? Just to qualify.
At Ligonier. Yep, and if you've ever played Ligonier, it's a neat little course, short, but the greens are treacherous, and they can put the pins in some tough spots. And I talked to a couple young fellas, Mr. Matura, and he said they were really, really tough, and he got it in. He's a member of Willowbrook and, made the cut, but I was happy for him.
What's Moose want out of you on Monday? I have to ask you this. We just got done with Ian Woosnam's caddy forgetting how many clubs he needed in the bag. Is Justin going to does he want more emotional kind of support, keeping him steady, keeping him mentally in it, or does he want you looking at every putt closely? Because there are guys on tour whose caddies basically read all their putts, like Cameron Young, among others.
Well, Moose and I will look at the putts together, and he knows that I play Willowbrook quite a bit, so I've learned the greens, and they're tricky. You think they move a lot more than they do, and there's a few spots where they do, but there's a lot of them where they do not. It's more important having the speed exactly right there, Willowbrook. But Moose and I we get along really good. I just make sure that he's focused on making the best possible swing he can make with every shot and focusing on what we want to do. Because, again, back to what we talked about earlier, confidence and projecting that confidence usually relates to good golf scores. And when guys go in a little indecisive and focused on what they don't want to do, usually that doesn't turn out so well. So we'll have a lot of fun. I saw it's going to be warm, so I might be down a couple LBs after next week.
Well, that's all right. You can rehydrate yourself.
Yeah.
You can rehydrate yourself with both liquids that are alcoholic and non-alcoholic. You could do a little bit of everything. Hopefully you're cracking a bottle of champagne. Hopefully you're cracking a little bottle of champagne with you and Moose. So good luck to you both. Tell him I said hit it well, and in your case, make sure you can count to 14 and not 15.
Hey, make sure I keep up, right?
That's right.
Yeah, make sure I got that bag. That's the biggest thing. I hope there's no rain and that bag's nice and light because, once you crack the half-century mark, you got to keep those bones moving.
Well, I'm going to tell you that Padraig Harrington seems to be having no problems with it, so you got no excuses right now, all right?
That's right.
Craig,
I agree.
It was a pleasure to get back in the saddle here. Enjoy the rest of coffee golf this weekend with the Scottish Open.
Yep.
I wouldn't even make an Open Championship prediction. I've been so bad at them. I would just say Scotty anyway because I always say Scotty. So,
well, I think that's a great pick, especially because he,
no pressure now.
He's going to go focus. He's going to, those extra couple days. You figure a guy like that, it's a lot of work to keep up with a 78,
made cut streak.
Yes, correct. Sorry, I couldn't spit it out. But I was going to say, who I'm going to tell you who's going to play good? The guy I tell you every major, Justin Rose.
The great man himself.
Yep. He seems to be aging well, like a fine wine.
Well, you've got a big tournament to get ready for on the bag. We've got lots of golf to watch, and we will be back halfway through the Open Championship from Royal Birkdale next Saturday morning. He's Craig Mankins. I'm Chris Muller. Big thank you to Joel Nelson. Joel, I'm going to forget the weather, so please tell me. Tell the people what the weather is, Joel, before we take our final bow here.
It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Cloudy skies, temps in the 70s, maybe a chance of rain, light rain in the later afternoon.
Nelly, you're the man. For Craig, I'm Chris. Panther Insider Show next on The Fan. See ya.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates were rained out on Friday night, so they'll make it up on Saturday, beginning their series with the Milwaukee Brewers with a doubleheader. First pitch for Game 1 will be at 12:05. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 11 a.m. Game 2 will begin at 4:05. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh weather puts your heating and cooling system through a lot. If your HVAC system is getting older or just isn't keeping up, now's the time to upgrade with Sullivan Super Service. For a limited time, qualified buyers get 0% financing for up to 36 months on a new HVAC installation. That means you can enjoy improved comfort and energy efficiency now and pay over time with no interest. Schedule your free estimate today at sullivanservice.com. That's sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, they'll be your hometown heroes. Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Ready to go all in? At Rocky Gap Casino Resort, the action starts the moment you walk in. Slots, tables, big wins, big excitement. And when you're ready to cash in the fun, there's more waiting. Hit the golf course, relax at the spa, enjoy great dining, a comfortable hotel stay, and the beauty of the outdoors, all in one destination. Play hard, relax easy, or do it all. Go to cnty.com/Rocky-Gap for more info. Rocky Gap Casino Resort is the all-in experience every way you want to play. Must be 21 to enter the gaming floor. Trouble with gambling? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdproblemgambling.com.
The choices you make after you've been seriously injured in an accident matter, especially who you choose to help you through your legal battles. If you're sick, you want the right doctor. When you need legal help, you should have the right lawyer. For more than 40 years, Edgar Snyder and Associates has helped injured people. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients. Getting in touch with them is easy, and the call is free. Call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit www.edgarsnyder.com. And remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Tired of not getting the tee time you want? Endless searching just to get one that works for you? How about planning your rounds for the whole summer? Conley Resort and Golf now has a virtual wait list. Get notified when your desired tee time is available. Booked up? Get notified even when there's a cancellation. Just visit ConleyResort.com and enter the favorite times to play. They'll notify you when it's ready to book. All from your mobile device. Just golf and relax and beat your buddies and let Conley's handle the tee time searches. Visit ConleyResort.com and get notified of your next tee time today.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Pittsburgh, are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen. A tribute to Queen is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 18th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets and don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, live. We'll see you there.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com.
windownation.com.
Hey, it's Crowley for Window Nation. Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
A big rivalry returns Saturday, July 18th at 7 p.m. as the Pittsburgh Riverhounds host Louisville City FC at Highmark Stadium. The first fans in attendance will receive an ammo bobblehead. So get there early. Don't miss this huge matchup. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Greetings from Breeze Airways, your hometown carrier for nonstop flights from Pittsburgh to Louisville, Kentucky, and 5 other destinations. Vacation is closer than you think when you fly Breeze. Enjoy nonstop flights and send a postcard home from somewhere new this year. Breeze makes it easy with nonstop flights, flexible change policies, and a seriously nice onboard experience. Enjoy premium seating with Breeze Ascent, plus high-speed Wi-Fi and tasty snacks. Book today at flybreeze.com. Breeze Airways, seriously nice.
Looking for something different to do this week? Head to Shooters Golf in Wexford. Whether you're planning a night out with friends, date night, or a party, Shooters has something for everyone. Enjoy interactive golf bays powered by top Tracer technology, great food, ice-cold drinks, and a fun atmosphere no matter your skill level. Plus, check out their outdoor patio bar featuring fire pits, private heated cabanas, and live music every Wednesday and Friday night starting at 7 p.m. With indoor and outdoor entertainment, Shooters Golf is your go-to destination for food, drinks, and fun.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Summertime, and it's time to play on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. New casino users get up to $500 casino bonus back, plus 500 bonus spins on the hot soccer-themed game. BetParx Goal, 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 collect them.
21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. See BetParx.com for T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
If you're looking for a fun round and a new spot in your rotation without spending all day on the course, Suncrest Golf and Grill is the place to play. North of Pittsburgh and just minutes from downtown Butler, Suncrest offers a fun, challenging course that's perfect for after-work rounds, weekend games with the guys, or settling a few bragging rights. When the round is over, stick around for cold drinks and the perfect place to relive every shot. Want to play 36? Don't forget our sister course, Conley Resort and Golf, and make your weekend complete. SuncrestGolf.com. Grab your buddies. Book a tee time today.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the Fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That tradition continues today. Hurry in to Spitzer Auto World and choose from all of your favorite brands. Plus, get a lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and get exclusive rewards in an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app. Visit your nearest showroom or check out our inventory at Spitzer.com. What drives us remains the same.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Lifetime powertrain warranty not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
With the work that we do here at UPMC and Environmental Services, we are here to make everyone's work possible. With cleaning an operating room and keeping it sterile, it's not just one person, it's 5, 6 of us coming into the room. Being part of the environmental services that keeps the hospital clean and up and running is a beautiful thing.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. The Pirates and Brewers got rained out last night, so they'll play a doubleheader this afternoon. 12:05 is the first pitch. That will be started by Braxton Ashcraft. The second game is set for 4:05. Both of them right here on the Fan and on the Free Odyssey app. Coverage begins at 11 o'clock this morning. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Panther Insider with Pat Bostic.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We talk about the game, and that's all we talk about.
It's time for the Panthers Insider Show. The Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliances. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. The Panthers Insider Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Almost at the midway point in July, which means one thing. 4th of July is over. The countdown is under 60 days in Pitt football. It's just around the corner. Media Day this week, ACC kickoff down in Charlotte. Pat Narduzzi, Ryan Baer,
Braylon Lovelace, Mason Heinchel will be down in the Queen City. One of a couple Queen Cities, actually, if you do your research. But the Queen City being Charlotte, North Carolina, to talk about the upcoming season. And that upcoming season kicks off on September 5th at Acrisure Stadium in 56 days, 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 57 seconds. 56 days is 8 weeks. So we're coming down the home stretch. Steelers training camp coming up. We'll have some football in the air, obviously baseball going on, and a lot going on in the Pitt athletics realm. And I'm excited, I'm thrilled actually to welcome Abby Schnabel to our program at 8:20 today. Abby is Pitt's new director of storytelling and media. She will be kind of spearheading a new comprehensive storytelling effort, the podcast, written features, small vignette video series, and things of that nature that was announced this week. And we'll dive into that deeper with Abby at 8:20. She was formerly of the Post-Gazette, now on the team, on the roster at the University of Pittsburgh in the athletic department, and is doing a terrific job. Just hit the ground running, got off to a great start with some really insightful pieces about Pitt men's basketball. Alan Green sat down with Jason Earl, who also does a terrific job. If you watch any of Pitt volleyball's streaming games or Pitt baseball, Pitt soccer, he is really kind of the brains behind the operation, both behind the glass, behind the camera, and in front of the camera, and a rising star, in my opinion, in the sports media world here in Pittsburgh. But Jason Earl hosting the Beyond the Script podcast. Alan Green, spent some time with him earlier this week as well, and some insightful stuff there. So we'll get into that with Abby at 8:20. But some news to report that you probably saw this week that shouldn't be too surprising. In addition to Pitt's storytelling effort, Varsity Letter Club being revamped, Olivia Babcock, ACC Female Athlete of the Year, and she's alongside Cameron Boozer from Duke as the Male Student Athlete of the Year. But Babcock, the first Pitt athlete to win that honor since Kenny Pickett did so. And following the 2021 football season, obviously that Pitt won the ACC championship and Kenny was a Heisman finalist. But Babcock is just continuing to add to her trophy case throughout the course of her just stellar career. And I was having a conversation earlier this week, and I'm curious what you folks think. We'll have time for calls later in the show today. 412-928-9370. We'll open up those phone lines for you to give us a call. You can also text us as well at 412-928-9370. In my mind, and I've said this before and surprisingly got some contrary opinions, some differing opinions. In my mind, Olivia Babcock is squarely on the Mount Rushmore of the greatest Pitt athletes of all time, regardless of sport. I mean, it is just, her accolades are just unbelievable. I mean, she was the AVCA National Player of the Year 2 years in a row, ACC Player of the Year 2 years in a row, AVCA East Coast Region Player of the Year, Opposite of the Year, First Team All-American, First Team All-ACC, Most Valuable Player in the Pittsburgh Regional, Honda Award winner. She was a Sullivan Award finalist. She's been up for 2 ESPY Awards, and now she's the ACC Female Athlete of the Year for 25-26, and probably is the front runner to win it again in 26-27. And, oh, by the way, she could come back in 27-28 as a result of the new 5-for-5 rule passed by the NCAA. But no athlete in Pitt history has won Player of the Year 2 years in a row, in my memory. The highest honor in the sport, in that sport. Obviously, Tony Dorsett won the Heisman Trophy. That is, and it's football, and that's the lion, right? Football. We know that. But in terms of volume and quality of accolades, Olivia Babcock is on the Mount Rushmore of Pitt athletes of all time, in my opinion. Curious your thoughts, 412-928-9370. So obviously, Olivia Babcock, that not surprising news, but awesome news from the standpoint of not having had a Player of the Year at the University of Pittsburgh since Pickett did it in 21-22. Also announced this week, The Pitt-Penn State basketball series will move from Hershey last year, which I went to the game, took my son with my father-in-law and my dad. It was a great time. I thought a pretty even crowd, maybe even partisan to Pitt. Obviously, Pitt won the game handily, but it was a great crowd in Hershey. They're going to go even farther east, and they're going to play at the Palestra for the Palestra's 100th season of hosting college basketball. This is the Palestra in Philly, obviously, is just an iconic venue, and we'll be celebrating its 100th anniversary. Every basketball player and coach in this country understands the significance of playing at the Palestra. This is Jeff Capel's words. One of the great venues in the history of the sport. You played Penn State there, the 150th meeting between Pitt and Penn State on the hardwood. And Pitt has played at the Palestra 22 times already. Capel concluded in saying, our players will be walking into a building with a century of history behind it. And with the atmosphere in Hershey and knowing the student recruitment efforts in Philly, it'll be a great crowd at the Palestra. That game will take place on Sunday, November 8th. And this schedule is coming together for Pitt this upcoming season. Penn State at the Palestra on November 8th. Then you head to Butler to play at Butler, a Big East foe. Villanova at home on November 17th, same week, so you got Butler and Villanova. Then you head to Fort Myers, take on Oklahoma DePaul. Missouri in the ACC-SEC Challenge. Backyard Basketball Classic, we talked about that at PPG Paints Arena. And then obviously we'll have more non-conference games, but the ACC slate was kind of released in terms of home and away opponents. But that schedule is not no slouch as well. So the basketball schedule coming together for Pitt quite nicely. Challenging, but I think as Pitt fans, we appreciate that. And with this team, a more veteran team, obviously a higher pedigree team on paper, perhaps this is what they need to really gel early and go through some adversity likely. I mean, these are, Penn State's didn't have a great year, but Butler, Villanova are perennially a top half of the Big East. Villanova's won multiple national championships within the decade. Oklahoma, an SEC team. DePaul, another Big East opponent. Missouri, and then WVU, a rivalry game at PPG Paints, 20,000 plus will be in attendance. These are big-time atmospheres to get hardened for ACC play. So really cool stuff there from Pitt men's basketball. So we touch on the news of the week, and we'll dive deeper into what's going on in Pitt athletics, what to look forward to as we're 56 days away from the start of another competitive year. And Pitt has a new storyteller on board, Abby Schnabel, formerly the Post-Gazette. She brings cookies to the press box every week. Joel, I don't know if you knew that. I never partake, not because they don't look delicious, but because I'm try to watch my figure as much as I possibly can. But Abby is a treat, no pun intended, and is doing a great job hitting the ground running. Talking about all things Pitt athletics. We'll do that with her next. It's the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates were rained out on Friday night, so they'll make it up on Saturday, beginning their series with the Milwaukee Brewers with a doubleheader. First pitch for Game 1 will be at 12:05. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 11 a.m. Game 2 will begin at 4:05. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Even though Belgium was the first team to score on Spain in the tournament, it was Mikel Merino who came off the bench for Spain and 2 minutes later scored the game winner for La Roja to end the match 2-1. All the soccer fans who were hoping for a Spain versus France semifinal got their wish. The matchup is set to take place in Arlington, Texas on Tuesday, with a place in the final up for grabs. I'm Fernando Carlos.
PGT Trucking celebrates 45 years of flatbed excellence. Established in 1981 in Beaver County, PGT continues to lead the trucking industry by providing safe and trusted transportation solutions. For their flatbed truck drivers, PGT has been named a 2026 Best Fleets to Drive For company, receiving the award for 4 years in a row because of their top driver pay and home time options. Learn more about PGT Trucking at pgttrucking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
Looking for the region's premier golf destination? You'll find it at Old Stonewall Golf Club. Their award-winning course layout is impressive and offers spectacular views. Visit oldstonewall.com to book your tee times this season and see why the best course is just minutes away.
Milo's Money Days are here, and we're making it rain for rewards members. For the first time ever, when you make a purchase of $200 or more through July 12th, you'll get up to $30 back in extra Milo's money. Not a member yet? Join for free today, because members get more at Lowe's. Milo's Money Award varies based on status. Members in Gold get 30, Silver get 20, and Bronze get 10. Milo's Money valid for 30 days. Restrictions and more terms at Lowe's.com/Milo's Money Days.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is dominating the club fitting market with only outdoor fittings. See why all the different options are so important. With fittings the day of purchase, there is never a fitting fee. Set up your time today at 412-492-9990.
This July, get Star Spangled Savings at Joe Ball GMC. Lock in GMC employee pricing for everyone on all new 2025 and 2026 GMC Sierra 1500s. Remember, you can have it all at Joe Ball. Call or click JoeBallGM.com today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's the Panther Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Panther Insider Show. Also forgot to announce that season tickets for 2026 Pitt Volleyball are sold out at the brand new Victory Heights Arena. You can still join the single match ticket interest forum. You can do that at pittsburghpanthers.com/VB single game interest. But season tickets sold out. And that arena, Joel, if you get up to campus at all and you get into that new arena, you kind of walk down into it. It's going to be loud. It's going to be a great environment. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch Olivia Babcock and company, Izzy Stark, now a part of this team, compete in Victory Heights Arena for the first time. Obviously, did not concluding the Fieldhouse era at the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse and did so with a bang. But we'll start a new era of Pitt volleyball and likely have the same level of success. Let's head out to the fan hotline and welcome in, and make sure I say this right, Abby Schnabel. Am I correct, Abby? Good morning.
Not correct. It's a short A.
So how do we, Schnabel or Schnabel? How do we do it?
It's Schnabel.
Schnabel. Even better. So
Yep.
this is why I ask the question, because otherwise I put you in a very awkward spot. And it's great to have you on the program this morning. And as I said earlier, Pitt Athletics launched a new storytelling and multimedia content initiative built around fan connections and access. And Abby, you are spearheading that effort. So let's take us behind the curtain a little bit. Obviously, you worked at the Post-Gazette, and your cookies in the press box are the stuff of legend. I hope that'll continue. But, when Scott Swigan and company came to you and with this opportunity to come to the University of Pittsburgh and come kind of on the team side, what appealed to you, and what exactly are you building here?
Well, what's kind of funny about it is I actually sat down with Scott to pitch a in-house reporter-writer job, not knowing that this was in the works. As all of the stuff with the Post-Gazette was going on, I didn't really know what my fate would be, and I wanted to make sure I was maximizing any opportunities. I had really grown to enjoy the Pitt community and didn't really want to stop telling those stories, and so I sat down with Scott, pitched him a job that he was already thinking about, which was very fortunate for me because as we now know, I've been in this role about a month now, and it's really exciting. I'm director of storytelling and multimedia content. I joke that it's a fancy way of saying I'm an in-house reporter writer, but there is a lot more to it than just writing and reporting. I'm very fortunate to be the executive producer of our podcast that just launched last week, and a weekly podcast that is scheduling to bring so much behind the scenes and get these coaches on, players on, staff on, so many different people we're hoping to highlight, because that's really the goal of this whole initiative, is to give fans more content, to highlight our athletes, our programs, and really give them a platform to show who they are, not just on the court, on the field, in the swimming pool, but truly beyond, as the title of the podcast says, beyond the script. And I'm very excited to be part of, or the main person writing the stories. I've already had a few come out, as you mentioned earlier, with the men's basketball, but I've written about women's basketball. And next week I've got a jam-packed week of stories coming, which is exciting. And I just think the great thing is we have the opportunity, to fill a void left behind from the downsizing of the Post-Gazette. Stephen Thompson and I were unfortunately not retained, which means that the Pitt beat writers of the Post-Gazette are no longer. And Chris Carter is doing a great job stepping in and filling that a little bit. But now I am here on the inside getting to tell some great stories. And I'm super excited about it because there are so many stories to tell from within this athletic department.
There's no question. And we're joined by Abby Schnabel, who is Pitt's Director of Storytelling and Multimedia Content. And a release this week went out early in the week on Monday, just kind of detailing this entire initiative. I'll go through it quickly. Beyond the Script podcast, you mentioned that video series, which obviously Greg Daniels, Paul Bartow and company do a phenomenal job with video content. Panther Tales will be kind of long-form stories. All Access, Panthers All Access will be what it says it is. Pitt Pass with kind of a student-athlete on and off the field, behind-the-scenes look. Rocks Rewind with film-focused segments with student-athletes or coaches. This is a lot of interesting stuff, kind of, I think, centralized into one platform that will have, I think, some stickiness within the community. It's terrific, obviously, Abby, to have you at the center of it. And you've hit the ground running. There's nothing like getting started and having a basketball team filled with 12 or 13 new players and getting to know them a little bit. You were the first one really to do that. Tell us a little bit about that process and what you learned. Maybe everyone has heard from Jay Coons and Jeff Capel about the player on the court that Pitt has been able to attract. But what kind of people did you meet as you sat down with these young men and got to know them?
I was very fortunate that in my first week, I was able to just go and kind of sit and watch practice, which as a college basketball junkie myself, I was very excited. I've never gotten to really see this stage of developing a team. And I mean, the first thing that you really notice when you walk into that gym is, the excitement. Like, it's palpable. They're excited to be playing together. They're excited to get better. And they're fun to watch. I have to, that is simply the best way to say it, is they are so fun to watch because you can not only see how hard they're working, but also just how much they're enjoying it. I had the great privilege of chatting with Nate George, Bainadongo, and Jonathan Powell for that story. And first of all, just great guys to talk to. And that's the thing, is a lot of these guys haven't been able to find a ton of success at their previous schools. And as we know, this past season and maybe past 2 or 3 seasons hasn't been exactly great for Pitt basketball. And they're all coming together under this common goal of wanting to prove that they are better than their previous successes. And I think fans are going to be really excited. There's a lot of guys in that gym that are hungry for wins. There's a lot of different levels, as Jay Kuntz likes to say, is you're not hurting for depth on this team. That is for certain. If, God forbid, someone got injured, there's genuinely someone ready in the wings. And from top to bottom, this team just looks a little bit stronger. They got shooters galore, which is so fun to watch, because I know all of us are missing a little bit of Blake Hinson's pizzazz, and I'm not going to say any of these guys are Blake Hinson level yet. That remains to be seen. But there's some guys out there that have some really nice releases, and I have been left a little speechless at some of these shots. So it was great to get in there. It was great to get in there early, especially because we know that the fans are anxious to hear about the team and anxious to hear about all of that. And that's one of the things that when I came in, I was like, I really do pay attention to what the fans are talking about so that I can make sure I'm giving back to them, because, ultimately they're the people who read, watch, listen to our stuff. And I know people want to know more about the men's basketball team, especially with, only one returner.
Yeah, and you did a great job with that in your story. And the thing that popped out to me was just the hunger. And it reminded me a little bit of the team that went to the tournament with the Nelly Cummings and Blake Hinsons and Jamarius Burtons, guys that have pedigree but maybe went through an injury or, were cast off or relegated to a smaller role at a premier program, thinking of a Jalil Bethia at Alabama by way of Miami. So really interesting stuff, and there'll be much more of that to come from Abby Schnabel. I want to talk to you a little bit about Olivia Babcock. This is something that we know a lot about. You cover Pitt volleyball. You've covered it for years. I made the point earlier, and I've said this multiple times, just named the ACC Female Athlete of the Year for 25-26. Not a common thing for a Pitt athlete. Kenny Pickett, the last to do it in a Panther uniform. I contend that she is already on the Mount Rushmore of Pitt athletes in any sport ever for what she's accomplished. But take us behind the scenes a little bit with her. I was walking through Victory. I'll give folks a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. Walking through Victory Heights, just kind of taking my son. He was at basketball camp this week, which there were 1 million kids at. And we walked through, and I happened to open the door in the volleyball facility, and she was leading a practice, like herself. This young woman is special. Her accolades continue to mount, and I don't think she's close to being done yet.
No, and I've gotten to cover her from her freshman year. Her first year at Pitt was my first year at Pitt, and it was my first year covering Pitt volleyball. And so to see, back then I knew she was going to be special because she's very talented, but I don't think any of us, I think you could ask her and maybe even Dan Fisher this, I don't think any of us realized to what extent she would become just one of the best athletes, not only at Pitt, but truly in women's volleyball history in the NCAA. There's only 6 players to have ever won 2 AVCA National Players of the Year in women's volleyball, and she has the chance to do it a third time, and then in theory a 4th time. We'll have to see. Obviously there's a lot going on with the team and excitement about the team, and we're in the era of super teams, as Dan Fisher likes to say. So it's going to be a challenge, but anytime you have Olivia Babcock and Dan Fisher at the helm, you're going to get some excitement and some good volleyball. But, I think the thing that stands out the most about Olivia to me is not only is she phenomenal on the court, that's no question. When you have 40 plus kills in 2 games in one season, that's impressive. But she has every reason in the world to be have a little bit of an inflated ego, and she does not. She is one of the kindest people. She truly would give away any single one of those individual accolades for a national championship. And I think that is very admirable and just really goes to show who she is at her core. She wants it for her team. Anytime she gets one of these individual accolades, she really circles back and is like, I couldn't do this without my team. And I think that's important. I think it also goes to show a lot about the culture that Dan Fisher has built at this program and what she has been a part of over these years, because while she has been, a star from the moment she stepped on the court at Pitt, she has never once, forgotten to bring it back to the people that are around her. And I think that's really admirable, especially when you, as you listed earlier, her just long list of accolades, especially ESPYs, come on, that's crazy, especially Pitt athletes, we don't get to see that as often. And now she's been nominated twice, and that's next week, which is super exciting.
We're talking to Abby Schnabel, Pitt's director of storytelling and multimedia content. A few more minutes with Abby, who's kind enough to join us. I'm getting text messages from the Valasek brothers, who are rabid Pitt fans. The Valasek Family Club, obviously named in their honor. Chris, you're bestowing that gift upon Pitt, saying what a great interview this is. So I'm going to go ahead and make this declaration that we're going to make this a regular segment throughout the course of the year. I don't know what cadence to get, Abby, but if you're open to it, I'd like to have you on more frequently because your insight is really appreciated. And you wrote a story last week prior to the holiday about Robin Harmony and her transition to the University of Pittsburgh, obviously coming from Charleston, and obviously a former great at Miami. And her living quarters while assembling a brand new roster were not traditional. Take us into that one.
So she has a really good friend that she coached with back at Miami a couple years ago, Fern Labate, and Fern was spending we went down to Florida and said, hey, Robin, why don't you take my house, you and your assistant coaches, longtime assistant coaches that she brought over from College of Charleston. And so they were staying in Fern's house, and, Robin had the upstairs bedroom, the two assistants were downstairs, and every day they're sitting around the table just kind of passing the phone back and forth, trying to land, recruits, because they only had one holdover from, the previous team, and so genuinely building from scratch. And you look at the roster, and there are a handful of College Charleston players on it, but she will be the first to tell you that it wasn't as simple as them following her over. I mean, especially when you look at the Barbeau twins, Taryn and Taylor, they were getting courted by, some big name programs who were throwing a lot of money at them. And I think that the fact that, Taryn has a really good chance of being drafted in the WNBA draft, whether it's this year or next year, whatever it ends up being. And the fact that her and her sister, followed Robin into what is a growing program shows a lot about who Robin is as a person. She's hilarious, first of all. Yeah. I hope people get the chance to chat with her because she is just so funny. And she is, I think she's what this program needs right now, because she's got such a good head on her shoulders. She's rebuilt programs. She's built programs from scratch, and she knows what it takes to get to success. And I think that's huge for this women's basketball program, especially as women's basketball continues to grow nationally. And I think all of us would love to see Pitt get to that level. I don't know if it'll be this year, and she'll say the same thing, but I can't imagine it's going to take very long under her leadership.
Yeah, Alan Green naming Robin Harmony head women's basketball coach back in the spring. And like Jeff Capel and Jay Kuntz, she had to rebuild an entire roster, but she was new to the job, as opposed to Capel and Kuntz being here just over a year. Learning on the fly, learning a new place, and putting a new team together, not easy, but obviously some household names, if you will lead that team. Final one for you, Abby, as we head to break here shortly. Obviously, this week, 56 days away from Pitt football getting underway. That's even fewer days until training camp's underway. And ACC kickoff is this upcoming week down in Charlotte. And the ESPN, or Athlon Sports, I think it was, came out with kind of these preseason lists. And I follow these, and I take them with a grain of salt. But every now and then, it kind of irks me a little bit, because I'm bullish on Mason Heinchel. I was bullish on him last year. Obviously, the season ended not in great fashion. The bowl game, obviously Miami and Notre Dame, but true freshman, going down to Tallahassee, taking the reins for the BC game and just running with it. You have to believe that he's going to take a step forward this year. And for Pitt to be successful and compete for an ACC championship, they obviously need him to. But he was left off this list of 10 players that were pre-season all-ACC players. I mean, Braylon Lovelace was the only first-teamer, and on and down the list, 10 players, not one of them named Mason Heinchel. Am I off on this, or is this just a kind of a popularity contest right now with the Mensahs of the world, Kevin Jennings, C.J. Bailey getting most of the love preseason? I feel like Mason Heinchel's getting slept on.
I think he's being slept on too. I would agree with you that, I don't think people realize how talented he is, and specifically not just necessarily, his actual quarterbacking, but his leadership with this team. I mean, you know better than anyone, Pat, is just how he is speaking, how he is leading freshman practices before he was even the starting quarterback in the spring when he first got here back in 2025. I was a little surprised as well. I mean, he is in a tough group of big name quarterbacks, and like you said, not the exact end of the season that we want. And maybe there's some people being blinded by the fact that, Pitt lost some really talented wide receivers and who's really around Mason Heinchel, which, I mean, I got to see the spring game. I don't think people need to be super worried about that. They've got some very talented wide receivers in that room that got to showcase their skills in that spring game. And obviously it was close to the fans, but man, get excited because Blue Hicks, Malik Knight, you can go down the list. Those are just the two that come off the top of my head. But yeah, I mean, it's a little, I feel like it's got to be frustrating, especially for Pitt fans, to see when we all saw how he took over mid-season. That, first of all, has to be difficult to come in mid-season, true freshman, and take over and lead a team. And the way he did it, I mean, they were in the ACC conversation, championship conversation until the very end there. And yes, was it a little disappointing of an end? Sure. But I feel like a lot of those things that led to some of those losses weren't necessarily on him. And I feel like Pitt has really shored up some of those. I mean, I think about the offensive line. I am so excited to see this offensive line. Nutino Olivieri, the transfer, who will likely be at left tackle, he's very talented. Ryan Coretta at center. Kendall Stanley took some huge jumps, and I feel like getting that, really shored up around him allows him to, step up. So I think people are definitely sleeping on him a bit, because I think they're going to be surprised when he hits the field this September.
I think so too. We're not surprised that you brought the juice today, Abby, which you always do. And I appreciate you getting up early on a Saturday morning and making some time for us here on the Panther Insider Show. Like I said, we're going to make this a regular thing. Congratulations on the new-ish role at this point. I know you probably feel like you're in full swing, but we're thrilled to have you at Pitt. And I know Pitt fans were thrilled to see you stay in Pittsburgh. So congrats, and we'll look forward to talking to you soon. Enjoy the weekend.
Yep, thanks, Pat. It was a pleasure to be on.
There she goes, Abby Schnabel of now the University of Pittsburgh, Director of Storytelling and Multimedia Content. Just great insight. I mean, she's got great energy. She finds the stories, and I think she's going to bring those stories in spades to Panther Nation, who's going to really enjoy it. And now that I got her name right, I feel like we can start to have her on the show more often, because I butchered it for the entire first segment, which happens from time to time, but we make up for it, we adjust, and we move on. We're going to dive into that Athlon preseason ACC list next. We'll also take your calls, 412-928-9370. Anything's on the table for the final 15 minutes of today's show this July 11th, as we are getting closer and closer to Pitt football. Back after this on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates were rained out on Friday night, so they'll make it up on Saturday, beginning their series with the Milwaukee Brewers with a doubleheader. First pitch for Game 1 will be at 12:05. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 11 a.m. Game 2 will begin at 4:05. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill, I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey guys, it's Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show, and when plumbing problems strike, I know exactly who to call. Mr. Rooter Plumbing. They're a family-owned business that truly cares about the community, and it shows in everything they do. They aim to be the American standard of plumbing, delivering reliable service, honest work, and solutions you can count on. Whether it's leaky pipes, clogged drains, sewer repairs, or more, their experienced team is always ready to get things back to normal quickly and professionally. What really stands out to me is their white glove service. You get 100% of their attention every time. Call Mr. Rooter Plumbing at 877-ROOTER2.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com. And then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwick Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is partnering with Valley Forge, and they're changing the game because sometimes your players get subbed off and your bet goes with them in these big soccer matches. Well, not anymore with FanDuel Super Sub. If your guy gets subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with that substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. All right, we are getting down to nitty-gritty time, the biggest matches in the knockout round. And so many of these games are coming down to goals that are getting scored in the 90th minute, in extra time, in overtime, and you want to protect yourself against those substitutions, and that's why what FanDuel is doing is so incredible and why this is the place to make these bets, to make your bets during the greatest event of the year, the World Soccer Tournament. So visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus in present Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This summer, your passport isn't required. Welcome to Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Inspired by the color and energy of Tokyo's vibrant sushi scene, these limited-time creations bring bold flavors in every bite. Discover new sushi rolls, steak tataki, and lobster and prawn fried rice inspired by one of the world's most exciting food destinations. Cruise through Tokyo, one roll at a time, aboard our sushi boat with wave after sushi wave of unforgettable taste. Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Your journey to Tokyo starts here.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Text Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That tradition continues today. Hurry in to Spitzer Auto World and choose from all of your favorite brands. Plus, get a lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and get exclusive rewards in an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app. Visit your nearest showroom or check out our inventory at Spitzer.com. What drives us remains the same.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Lifetime powertrain warranty not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Milo's Money Days are here, and we're making it rain for rewards members. For the first time ever, when you make a purchase of $200 or more through July 12th, you'll get up to $30 back in extra Milo's money. Not a member yet? Join for free today, because members get more at Lowe's. Milo's Money Award varies based on status. Members in Gold get 30, Silver get 20, and Bronze get 10. Milo's Money valid for 30 days. Restrictions and more terms at Lowe's.com/Milo's Money Days.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Let's return to the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wrapping things up on the Panthers Insider Show. Guaranteed Picks brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, family owned and operated for several decades at the lowest prices in town. Guaranteed. A guaranteed pick I'll give you is that when I open up the phone lines, I expect to hear from our friend Title Man in Harrison City. Title Man, good morning, my friend. How are you, Title Man?
Whoops.
You there? You there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here, Pat. How are you?
I'm great, man. How are you?
I'm terrific. I couldn't be better. And you're right. I do it every year. Get these stupid yearbooks. And they've got Mason at like 7th in the ACC, and it's like people, they remember the bad, and they ignore the good. And the good last year, other than Louisville, which he didn't play in, Mason didn't play in that game. We lost to Miami, and some of those games we scored bucket loads of points. Mason had a good year. Our offense had a good year.
Yep.
And it's a shame that I don't know who's writing that stuff up, and I ought to kick myself for even looking it up, but I do.
It's good. It's good off-season talk.
Yeah, and I expect another year where we're very competitive, and I choose not to be negative.
Well, you're never negative, and you always bring the juice, and I appreciate you making the call this morning, Title Man. Let's run through the quarterbacks real quick before we head to Jim and Monaca. Looking at the Athlon ACC preseason all-conference teams, Darian Mensah, first team, which I understand, the transfer from Duke. I mean, the first-team running back is Mark Fletcher Jr. He's a Hurricane. The wide receiver all-purpose, probably the best player in the league, is Malachi Toney, his number one wide receiver. Cooper Bartgate came from Duke as well. He's got great pieces around him, and obviously Miami spends a bunch of money, and Mensah probably should be first team. This is where I get a little bit off put. Kevin Jennings from SMU. Yeah, they're good, but I mean, he's a good runner. I haven't seen the consistency throwing the ball. I don't think he's near the passer that Mason Heinchel is. And the athleticism, it's good, but when the big moments have happened, Kevin Jennings has tended to not step up and meet the moment. Third team, this is what really irks me. C.J. Bailey from NC State. Saw him live and in person, got pressured, it was under duress against Pitt, Live arm, a lot of talent. Reminds me a little bit of Joe Milton from Tennessee, who obviously could throw at a country mile. And Mason Heinchel head-to-head was a much better player last year in the Pitt-NC State game. Obviously was a demolition by Pitt at Acrisure Stadium. And then fourth team, I'm not even going to attempt the name, but Jaron Kiwe Sagaputelli from Cal, JKS as they call him, also a true freshman last year. I think Mason Heinchel's every bit as good as him. Obviously, though, he brought some excitement and had a Cal team being competitive that wasn't the year prior. So those are the four quarterbacks listed ahead of Mason Heinchel and listed on the 1st through 4th preseason All-ACC teams by Athlon Sports. Let's head to Jim in Monaca. Jim, good morning.
Good morning, Matthew. I was going to ask a basketball question, too, but while we're on football, I'll stick to a comment and my football question. And by the way, last week, I was not on a tie line. I was on my AirPods, which is why it cut out when I did the growl.
I gotcha. Yeah, I gotcha.
So, here's what I've noticed as of late. And when I say as of late, I mean in like the last 10 years. These journalists that rank, whether it's quarterbacks or off-season moves, it's as if they look at the big TV market teams, and that's where they put all their effort into, investigating what they should do in an off-season or who's ranked here and who's ranked there. And they spend probably like 30 seconds on the smaller markets, and that's why you get the lineage of just misinterpretation.
Right.
So I don't really put a lot of stock in that. The journalists can have their way with that. But in terms of Pitt football, I look at some seasons where they get off to a really good start and then they fall on their face. And then like last year, I think they were 2-2, and Heinchel come in. He was a big part of the 7-0 run that they had and why they ended up in contention. But really, what in your opinion does this team have to do or change philosophy-wise, scheme-wise, to stay relevant throughout the season? And I'll sign off with you. Hail to Pitt, baby.
Hail to Pitt, Jim. Appreciate the call. There's the roar. I love it. Jim from Monaca bringing the roar this morning. A couple things. Obviously last year, the West Virginia and Louisville losses were really disappointing. I think this team needs to run the football more consistently, and I expect them to do that. They've been moving Kendall Stanley probably into guard with Olivieri at left tackle, Coretta at center, solidify the right side, obviously with BJ and Ryan Baer coming back. I think running the football with Jakarian Turner and company is really important. You saw the Georgia Tech game, how critical that was. I think they got to be able to do that against the Louisvilles and the Miamis of the world to really be effective late in the season, because this is another schedule that's backloaded, just like last year's. And the other thing that I've been saying for a long time, from a schematic standpoint, against really talented teams like Miami, like Louisville, that can score, SMU, you can't depend upon 6 and 7 man pressure to get to the quarterback, because that puts you in far too many vulnerable situations on the back end where players like Malachi Toney make one guy miss and it's off to the races. And you're not able to have 4 eyes on a Malachi Toney like you need to really not allow him to affect the game or destroy a game. Got to get more 4-man pressure. Got to do it consistently and allow players like Lovelace and Cruz Brookins to play in space, to roam, and be the kind of ball hawks that they can be. So those are two things that I think need to improve, both from an execution but also a strategy and schematic standpoint, and I expect them to improve this year with Jaden Moore and Zach Carruthers on the edge, with Jimmy Scott and Ghost Neal. I want to see more 4-man pressure, and I think you're going to play a good Miami of Ohio team early. This is no pushover for the first game, where hopefully we see that. Hopefully we don't need to pressure a team like that to get home, because that's happened far too often these past 3 or so years. Since that 2022 defensive line, they've had some good players, but not the consistent production that we'd expect and come to expect from a Pat Narduzzi defense for the first 7 or 8 years of his tenure here at Pitt. That's my long-winded answer. That's a wrap for today's show. Thanks to Abby Schnabel from the university for making some time from the athletic department. Obviously, she is going to be writing a ton of stories. She's going to be on this program a bunch as we get into the fall here. Appreciate Jim and Title Man calling in on a Saturday morning. I hope everyone has a great weekend. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors help you on your retirement track. Highs in the mid 80s today. Chance of showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Should be beautiful tomorrow. Still hot and humid as well with that humidity in the area, but the showers should knock it out of here. Should be a great weekend. Enjoy yourselves. Stay safe. And as always, hail to Pitt.
Hey, it's Pony. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now, all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Go to XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Saving compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Go to XfinityMobile.com or call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and Appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VossTV.com.
The PA Turnpike takes you so many places to explore. From historical sites and stadiums to family picnics and local parks. Now, thanks to the PA Turnpike's open road tolling, trips are easier than ever. It eliminates the stop and go of traditional tolling. It increases safety and reduces environmental impact. Plus, have even more confidence that you'll arrive on time. Be driven to explore. Visit paturnpike.com/ORT.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
One of harness racing's biggest days is almost here. Join us Saturday, July 25th at Hollywood Casino at the Meadows for the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchids, presented by First Bet. Watch the nation's top 3-year-old pacers compete in one of the sport's premier races. Admission and parking is free, and the first post is at 11:30. Don't miss one of the biggest events of the summer at the Meadows.
Attention BetMGM players. Have a friend who wants to join the action? Now both of you can earn a $100 bonus when they sign up through BetMGM's Refer a Friend program. Just sign into your BetMGM account and check out the Refer a Friend program to send your friend a message inviting them to register a new account. Once your friend signs up and makes a deposit, they'll receive a $100 bonus. And once your friend places a bet with their bonus and the bet is settled, you'll receive a $100 bonus as well. Plus, you can refer up to 5 friends a month. Share the excitement and get a $100 bonus every time you refer a friend to BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 30 days.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. I thought, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
England carries genuine expectations this time. A composed striker leads a squad packed with Premier League talent. The three Lions are well organized, physical in midfield, and lethal from set pieces.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. There is a lot to unpack with the Pirates as they were rained out last night. They'll have a doubleheader today, 12:05 and 4:05, and they're both here on the Fan. Coverage at 11 o'clock presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Braxton Ashcraft starts Game 1, Bubba Chandler for Game 2. Pirates also last night making a trade with the White Sox. They acquire left-hander Brandon Eisert, as well as the White Sox number 22 prospect infielder Jacob Gonzalez. And the Pirates traded AAA left-hander Jaden Woods and the 34th pick of today's draft back to the Chi Sox. To make room on the roster, Cam Sanders was DFA'd and Connor Griffin was transferred to the 60-day IL in favor of Eisert and Gonzalez. MLB draft today, Pirates will not have the 34th pick, but they do pick at 5. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Right now it's Bucko Talk with Jason Mackey.
Now, it's time for Bucko Talk.
Can you believe it?
Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Stone & Company. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good morning and welcome into Bucko Talk. It is Saturday morning. I'm Jason Mackey. This is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, and this has been a banger of a week. Joking around in my head, I was going to have Joel just read all the headlines for the week, and I was going to take a nap for the first 30 minutes of the show. We could probably have pulled that off if I actually had Joel do it. It's been a week, and it's not over. I've been around the Pirates beat a little bit, and I don't know if I remember a week like this. I would have to go back to the second half of 2019. That was a season that took, or a half season that took a few years off of my life, probably. You as well. And this week has been reminiscent of that. I'm going to start by honestly just recapping what we've seen. I think it's worth it. There is a big question I want to talk about this morning, though, and I'll give you some time to get, I don't know, the numbers dialed in. I was going to make another joke, but it probably wasn't funny. 412-928-9370 is the number to call, but with one series until the break, a compressed series with the doubleheader today, as Joel mentioned,
Pirates are at 500. They're in the middle of a stretch, 22 straight against teams 500 or better. To me, this is sink or swim territory. We find out whether this team is for real or not here. Which way is this going to go, in your opinion? Going to be good? Going to be bad? They going to figure something out? Or are they going to hit a tough stretch? I really do think that this run of games, Brewers now coming out of the break in Cleveland, in New York, back home against the Cubs, it's going to tell us something one way or the other. And I know maybe recency bias, losing 2 of 3 to the Braves, it's tempting to say that this team's going to go down, that the bullpen's not going to figure out its problems. I certainly understand that. I certainly understand questioning the bullpen, that strategy, the way that's worked. It hasn't been good enough. It has to correct itself. Not saying anything different. But this season on the whole, meaning like you have a top 5 offense in baseball, that should keep you competitive. And you have a pitching staff that, was top 10 good last year. It should be top 5 good this year. It's clearly not. But those guys didn't suddenly forget how to pitch. So what's on my mind, I think, is the big picture question with the Pirates here. And we can tuck a lot of things underneath that. We'll talk a little bit about the trade that Joel referenced. We can talk a little bit about the Brewers series, what's coming up, and what needs to happen in the second half. But which way is this going to go? Team's not going to bob along at 500 forever. There's going to be an extended streak in here somewhere. The Pirates have done a good job staving off extended losing streaks, but they haven't been good enough putting together an extended winning streak, I think in large part because of the bullpen. But what I started off saying, let's just step back for a second. Let's step back and think about all that we've seen in just a few short days. Pirates were off on Monday. It was a largely quiet news day with the team. Apparently, they were saving it up for the next 3 days. On Tuesday, we learned Braxton Ashcraft would be a first-time All-Star. Great. Good news. That's an easy one. He should go. Excited for him. I am a little bit worried about his availability to pitch in that game now. Him starting today and then turning around pitching Tuesday, that's highly unlikely. I think that might have cost him the opportunity to pitch in the All-Star game. We also learned Connor Griffin will be out until September with an injury to the sagittal band, which, I'm not going to lie to you, didn't know existed before Tuesday. Part of the connective tissue fiber in his left ring finger, that's torn. So he is not playing through that. He's going on the 60-day IL, started on the 10-day, shifted to the 60. Whatever, losing Connor Griffin. Obviously a big blow with how good he's been since coming back. And then that same night, Ryan O'Hearn, 3 home runs, 10 RBIs. Arguably the best game a Pirate has played in PNC Park. I'd be hard-pressed to find another one. Maybe Brian Giles, maybe Rob Makoviak. I'm probably going O'Hearn. 3 homers, 10 ribbies is nuts. And that same day, we're still on Tuesday, by the way, Paul Skeens earns his first win in 10 starts. First since May 12th. That was a big storyline. And something that has sort of bled across the entire Braves series. Carmen Mlodzinski's used in that game. It's a lopsided game. And then we wind up with 2 scenarios where they really need Mlodzinski the next 2 days. And I certainly think it's fair to have a conversation about what we're doing here with Carmen Mlodzinski and whether the Pirates are maximizing value. Hint, hint, I don't think they are. I don't know how you can say that they are. I'm actually reasonably okay with him pitching maybe 1 inning. The Skeens start because you have him getting loose. You have him getting loose. You do have to get him some work, whatever. And that's, marginally okay. If we're going to talk about the Mlodzinski thing just for a second, he needs to be a weapon, and he's not been a weapon. They haven't used him like a weapon. They haven't used him to address their greatest need, which is right-handed relief. To me, that has to be a second-half storyline. But I'm going to keep going here as we recap sort of the week that was. On Wednesday, we find out Andy Rodriguez is going on the 10-day IL with a left glute strain. Quite literally a pain in the butt. It's a pain in the butt for the Pirates because Endy Rodriguez was adding some offense from the catching position. They're addressing it with Rafael Flores, but I think that's a pretty big shot to the Pirates. And it's an interesting question for me catching-wise with Endy Rodriguez, with Henry Davis, because of what happened that night. Jared Jones pitches 6 perfect innings, looks absolutely fantastic. I don't have a problem with him coming out at 77 pitches. I know some do, maybe a lot do. You say, how can they take a guy out? He's got a perfect game going. The guy's 8 starts back from internal brace surgery. No team anywhere is going to run that guy out there for it. If you take his pitch pace and extrapolate it out, somewhere between 116 and 120, pitch count-wise. They barely let healthy guys throw that many pitches. Now, a healthy guy would be allowed to throw that many pitches in a perfect game scenario. I believe that. But you're not going to do it to Jones. You're just not. No team anywhere would do that. No, I think the anger that existed was because they didn't go to Carmen Mlodzinski. They didn't have Carmen Mlodzinski available. I think the anger is because of how they handled the second half of that game. And you can get upset about the offense. I think that's fair. It's one thing I thought was kind of lost in the sauce there. They didn't score a run. Hard to win a game when you don't score a run. I'm also not going to freak out over one single game in a poor offensive performance because by and large, they've been pretty good offensively. The problem has been the bullpen. The problem all season has been the bullpen. And then we go to Thursday. Pirates find themselves theoretically in another winnable game, although it's another poor start for Mitch Keller. Now has an ERA of 7.03 over his past dozen. This is becoming a problem. This is not something that a team in need of pitching can continue to tolerate, in my opinion. I mentioned earlier, Carmen Mlodzinski has not been a weapon. I can't help but think about, is there a scenario where you switch Carmen Mlodzinski and Mitch Keller? I don't know. But I know that you can't keep running a guy out there with a 7 ERA. It's over 5 on the season and fancy yourself a playoff team. That just doesn't happen. And speaking of things that you can't keep doing, if you fancy yourself a playoff team, they go to Dennis Santana in the 9th inning of that game. They don't go with Mason Montgomery. Left-handers up, top of the lineup, theoretically a pocket for Mason Montgomery. And instead they go to Santana, who's been bad. He's already allowed 7 home runs this season. He gave up 9 the past 2 years combined. His ERA is nearly 6. I was honestly surprised that he wasn't designated for assignment today as we talk about roster moves. I don't know what you do with Santana. You don't pitch him in the 9th inning of that game. I know that. And the reasoning was that they were saving him for a weekend series. Or they were saving Montgomery for a weekend series. The reason they're not pitching him. And of course, because this is the way the universe works, there's no game yesterday. Would have been fine. You didn't need to save him. Santana comes in, gives up a grand slam to Mike Yastrzemski. That's all she wrote. I'm leaving out some smaller storylines, but that's basically it. Some good, some bad, a lot of stuff, leaving the Pirates still at 500. What becomes of them in the second half? Do you believe in this team? Do you think that the Pirates are good enough to have a showing against Milwaukee over today and tomorrow? What do they need to do to get right? My own opinion is the bullpen needs to be solved aggressively. I don't think Brandon Eisert is the solution. Probably not surprising anybody with that. I have no problem with them going out and getting shortstop help. Jacob Gonzalez is fine. We'll see what he has. He's a first-round pick. He's got some pedigree. He's had a really good year in AAA this year, hitting .320, has 19 home runs, 63 ribbies. OPS of over 1,000, played 52 games, got up to the big leagues for the first time. He's been one of the best hitters in the International League this season. Hasn't really translated to the Major League club, whatever. If he's a left-hander hitting right-handed pitching and you use Triolo against lefties at short, fine, whatever. It doesn't solve your biggest issue. Your biggest issue is the bullpen. And is Eisert going to solve that? Not alone. And again, I understand why you would target Eisert. I look at what he does. It's Bailey Falter's profile. He's a big extension guy. He's a lefty. He's probably a non-traditional reliever in that he's not like heavy velocity in one other pitch. There's a couple pitches in there they can play with, maybe accentuate. Wouldn't surprise me if he worked out okay. Again, this regime, I'll give them credit. They've done good things with left-handed pitchers in PNC Park. Not every one, but there's a track record there. But they need to do more. They need to do more to fix the bullpen. The bullpen right now, if you go through and look at this thing, I can't believe this is where we're at. And I'll get to your calls in about 30 seconds. Thanks so much for the participation. I'm just getting my opening thoughts out of here before we have a conversation, but Gregory Soto, Mason Montgomery, Yohan Ramirez, Dennis Santana, Isaac Mattson, Carmen Mlodzinski, Antoine Kelly, and Thomas Harrington. That's your group right now. Evan Sisk, Wilbert O'Tell are hurt. Justin Lawrence was DFA'd. Guys who have been here and are gone. Brandon Beddois, Jose Urquidy, Hunter Barco, Cam Sanders, Chris Davinsky, Hunter Stratton. We thought the bullpen, and I'm guilty, throw things, yell at me, call me names, do whatever you want. I thought the bullpen was actually going to be a strength of this team. Based on how Dennis Santana's pitched the past couple of years, allowing Yohan Ramirez to be in an early game, I thought he would be a little bit more the long guy, that role. I had said all offseason, I think Carmen Mlodzinski is the best profiles for a late inning guy here. And especially if you have Montgomery and Soto as left-handed setup men, I'd like Mlodzinski at the back end. They've not done that. Isaac Mattson has not looked like he has in the past. He's looked better recently, but it's not somebody that you just hand over the eighth inning to and call it a day. Not by any stretch. Antoine Kelly and Thomas Harrington? I'm certainly more intrigued by Kelly. Harrington's ERA is like 6. He's moved to the bullpen full time. His fastball, I think, has averaged about 90.5 miles an hour in AAA. I don't view that as a solution. So let's talk about it. Jason Mackey with you. I'll be here with you until 11 a.m. Joel, is Dan taking over at 11?
Yes, sir.
All right. Dan Zen Grilling in the North Shore Tavern leadoff show takes over at 11. So a lot of your calls. Let's have a conversation. Going to go down on the farm. The Futures game is tomorrow. I actually fly to Philadelphia later today for that. I'll be covering Seth Hernandez and Edward Florentino in the Futures game at Citizens Bank Park. We'll talk to Jose Mascaro, who's the manager of the Greensboro Grasshoppers in High A. Talk to him about those two guys. And then my good buddy Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette had an excellent story a few days ago about Connor Griffin's draft and what went on sort of behind the scenes. I want to talk to Noah about that. He also has a column at post-gazette.com about the Carmen Mlodzinski situation. Noah makes a bunch of really good points in that they have not maximized value of Carmen Mlodzinski. Something I agree with. They have not gotten there. Fan Text Lines brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Joel Nelson producing, Jason Mackey hosting. Let's do this. Tony and Munhall kick us off. What you got, Tony?
Hey, Jason. Thanks for taking my call. Always a pleasure. I was there Tuesday. Like I said, what an electrifying day that was. I had the privilege of being there for Connor Griffin's first debut as well. So two high moments at PNC Park I was part of. So I'm happy as a fan. I want to talk about Ben Cherington this week. So I know you made this trade yesterday, but it didn't address the biggest need, right? I think Gonzalez is fine. I think it could be a current now and it could be a future piece. But Jason, we need relievers in here. I mean, that's what you saw this week.
I know.
I mean, it's just like Harrington is not the solution. I agree with everything you said in your opening. You know, he's just not the solution. And I see Antoine Kelly back. We'll see what he can do. But here's what I don't understand. Like, with Ben Cherington used to go after some of these free agents that other team cuts. You know, we haven't done any of that this year. It's all been trying to do my own thing internally. And, like, this pitcher they got in yesterday from the White Sox, I don't see him helping. He's just as bad as what Santana is and everybody in there with the ERA under around 6. But he is left-handed, which we need. And we traded a young left-hander, very young, so I'm not really worried about that. We can always get a left-hander in today's draft somewhere. But that's just my concern, is that there's just no urgency. Do you think maybe he's like throwing in the towel. I mean, I
don't think he's throwing in the towel, Tony. I mean, you can argue that the urgency needs to be higher. But I mean,
I've been arguing that for 5 weeks now.
I know, man. I know. But I mean, like, he has to know that his job's on the line here. It's 7 years in a rebuild. Like, you have to win.
Well, that was my final point, was if he doesn't do it this year, he doesn't make the playoffs, he has to be replaced. Bob Nutting has to realize that this guy was an underachiever now. He should have went last year when they got rid of Shelton. He didn't. He stayed. Man, he fell into a really nice trade with Brandon Lau. I think he fell into that. I think Tampa Bay wanted to get rid of him. He fell into that, and he's taken all kind of credit for that. Rightly so. Okay, I get that. That's one trade. But what about all the moves he should be making now that he's not? All right, Jason.
All right, man.
I'll talk to you next week.
Have a great Saturday, Tony. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, they need to do something. They need to do something for the 9 billionth time. I mean, the bullpen is not that's not a playoff bullpen. It's just it's not. Not to harp on the Mlodzinski thing so much, but I'm really surprised that that's not the route that they've gone. Like, you have the solution that you need right now on your roster. Not to say that they shouldn't add. They should absolutely add. They need to add. I'm not getting away from that. But I'm saying in today's doubleheader, your biggest need is late inning right-handed relief. You have late inning right-handed relief on your roster, in your clubhouse. I think some of the rap on Carmen Mlodzinski, by the way, is wrong. That he's like some sort of attitude problem. I mean, did he take the demotion to the bullpen? Like, was that all, hunky-dory? Was that all fine? No. But it wasn't, it's not all because, I've seen a lot. I'm not trying to react to everything. What I'm saying is that Carmen wants to be in a role where he can have a greater effect on the team. And I'm not sure he is in that role. I'm not sure he feels like he is in that role. But if you go take to him the idea of closing games, you're our guy. You're our lockdown, late inning, right-handed reliever. You're going to close games. You're going to play an impactful role. This is what we're doing. And it's reimagining what they're trying to do, because what they're trying to do is not gotten off the ground. I think I think that goes better. I hope it goes better. I don't want to say it's hard to go worse, but they certainly haven't maximized the value of it. Carmen Mlodzinski pitching in, what was that, an 8-run lead, something like that, the Skeens game. Like that's not maximizing it. And again, I get if you get them hot, you're trying to use them, you're trying to keep them somewhat fresh, fine. I'd keep him at an inning. And at that point, with an inning, he should be available the next day. And that's not what they did. They go a second inning, got to give him 2 days, and then, you're just kind of done for the rest of the series. And that's why I feel like it's not the role they're using is not what's in the best interest of the team. And I don't think it's intentional. I don't think they're like trying to screw this up. I just don't think it hasn't gotten off the ground. Greg in Youngstown, what's going on, Greg?
Hey, not much. They're not going to the playoffs, number one. Number two, Keller, I can rip on millionaires. I'm allowed to. That's a human being. Keller is the softest, weakest human being ever. He just looks like he's in a daze when he talked to him after the game. I mean, if you think I'm not putting Mlodzinski in the bullpen, I'm starting him. Keller's going to be in the bullpen. The season's over. I mean, it's over right now. So why would you put Mlodzinski in the bullpen? He's one of your future starters. Why are you going to mess him up?
Because it addresses a glaring weakness with the team.
They're not making the playoffs.
I mean, the season's not over, Greg.
It is over.
Okay.
They don't got a bullpen. It's over. Goodbye. It's over. You know it. You know it. Goodbye.
Okay. Goodbye. What? I don't understand that. I mean, I asked the question, do you think this team's going to rise or fall? And if your answer is you think they're going to fall, that's total. You're within your rights. It's a question. There's going to be two sides to the answer, but I don't know. I'm not going to just pack it in or not make decisions or not try to address weaknesses. To me, that addresses a weakness. I also understand the rationale for putting Carmen in the rotation. That's totally fine. He's pitched better than Mitch Keller. I want my best guys in there. Like, sure. All right, let's go to John in Uniontown. What's going on, John?
Well, clearly we had a better pitching staff last year under Marin, Oscar. I don't like Murphy. I think his lazy attitude going to the mound, his lackadaisical, and I think that carries over into the pitching core. And I mean, it's hard to convince Mlodzinski that, hey, we need you here when he's clearly better than two of the starters. I mean, I'm not going to like that if I'm Mlodzinski. So attitude-wise, he's probably messed up in the head. That's all I got.
Okay. In what way is he messed up, John?
Well, he's thinking about he should be a starter over Keller or Bubba Chandler, so that's got to play with his mind. He probably feels like he's getting punished.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, and you're allowed to feel whatever way you want, but I mean, Carmen's pitched pretty well. It's not absolutely. It's not like his performance has suffered because of this. I understand, like, the idea that, you know, they have a new pitching coach. It's basically the same guys. They brought Bill Murphy in here to make the staff elite. That hasn't happened. Like, all of that, totally fair criticism. But I mean, the only thing I'm saying is that, like, Carmen has pitched well. All right, thank you, John. Appreciate it. Let's get to Chuck in Uniontown. What's going on, Chuck?
Morning, Mac.
Morning, sir.
I, too, have my doubts as to whether this thing's going to get any better. And first of all, there's several reasons why. But before I start, I want to say that Mlodzinski is being misused. If he's not going to be a starter, he should be on the mound when the game is over. He should be the closer because he is the only one pitching effective right now. But naturally, I hope that this situations get better in the second half, but I'll tell you some reasons why I don't think it will be. Number one, there's been too many times when the Pirates have failed to seize the opportunity to get ahead in the standings by putting together a long winning streak. Number two, you look at the guys we got on the IL right now. Cruz is on the IL. Connor's on the IL. Horowitz on the IL. We know that Griffin is out till September. Cruz and Horowitz may be back sooner, but are they going to be as effective when they come back? Are they going to be able to pick it up that quickly? And the third thing is, while the offense has been great, it's been averaging about 6 or 7 runs a game for the past month. Down in the second half of the season, Max, as the races get tighter, teams are going to pitch better. And the Pirate offense may just not be as good. And if it's not as good, can we look at the starting rotation to pick it up? It doesn't appear that it's going to.
Yeah.
Now, naturally, I hope that I am wrong, but there are several reasons why I don't think it will be. Thanks.
Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, Chuck brings up a good point, and I've thought this about the offense too. I mean, right now they're fantastic. 492 runs, 5.23 on average. That's the third highest in Major League Baseball, I believe. OPS 763. That's second. 120 home runs, already surpassing last year's total. That's seventh. Last year, they were last in runs, last in OPS, last in home runs. It's been such a stark contrast. I'd like to think that can continue for the entire season, but at some point, you would think there might be a little drop-off, and at that point, the rotation needs to pick up the slack. That hasn't happened. More of your calls when we get back. 412-928-9370. If you want to join in the fun, Joel will get you in the queue. You were listening to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. I'm Jason Mackey, back with more after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Doubleheader today for the Bucks and the Brewers. First pitch is at 12:05 and the second game at 4:05. Both of them here on The Fan and on the Free Odyssey app. 11 o'clock, the North Shore Tavern leadoff show here on our airwaves. Bubba Chandler is going to start the second game. Braxton Ashcraft gets the first game at 12:05. Pirates also made a trade last night with the White Sox, in case you missed it. Pirates acquire left-hander Braden Eisert and the White Sox number 22 prospect infielder Jacob Gonzalez in exchange for AAA left-hander Jaden Woods and the 34th pick in today's draft. Pirates scheduled to pick at number 5 this afternoon. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-854-4040. That's 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is partnering with Valley Forge, and they're changing the game because sometimes your players get subbed off and your bet goes with them in these big soccer matches. Well, not anymore with FanDuel Super Sub. If your guy gets subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with that substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. All right, we are getting down to nitty-gritty time, the biggest matches in the knockout round. And so many of these games are coming down to goals that are getting scored in the 90th minute, in extra time, in overtime, and you want to protect yourself against those substitutions, and that's why what FanDuel is doing is so incredible and why this is the place to make these bets, to make your bets during the greatest event of the year, the World Soccer Tournament. So visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The choices you make after you've been seriously injured in an accident matter, especially who you choose to help you through your legal battles. If you're sick, you want the right doctor. When you need legal help, you should have the right lawyer. For more than 40 years, Edgar Snyder and Associates has helped injured people. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients. Getting in touch with them is easy, and the call is free. Call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit www.edgarsnyder.com. And remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews delivering American-made, certainty premium shingles. Most roofs are installed in just one day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
From the producers of the Simon & Garfunkel story and the life and music of George Michael comes the Billy Joel Legacy, coming live to Pittsburgh on October 14th to the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. This concert experience takes you on a journey through Billy's legendary career, from his humble beginnings to becoming one of the greatest songwriters and performers of all time. The Billy Joel Legacy, October 14th. Get reserved seats now at librarymusichall.com, another Trusky Entertainment event.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA Keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for arthritis pain relief. What feeling is that? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from arthritis pain. It's that my hands don't hurt just holding things feeling. That wow, I can actually move well feeling. You know, that go about your day without worrying about every little movement or ache feeling. Oh yeah, because Aleve targets arthritis pain at the source of inflammation for long-lasting relief, so you can keep moving through it. Feel up to 12 hours of arthritis pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor arthritis pain.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out?
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
Did you know the average person keeps the same bank account for 19 years? 19 years ago, you still had a flip phone. That was just a phone. If you're still banking like you did when you parallel parked with just your eyes and a prayer, it's time for a change. Upgrade to Citizens, where how you bank changes with you. With our enhanced mobile app, you can track your credit score and talk to our chat assistant, Sizzy. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. A beautiful Saturday morning out there. I am Jason Mackey in the studio with Joel Nelson producing. Talking a little bit about Jake Mangum. This is sideways of our main point, but Joel brought up a good one. Said what a difference Jake Mangum has made in the leadoff spot, and I agree with Joel. I think it's an interesting question. It's obviously way down the list of concerns the Pirates have, but man, he's been so good, Joel. Obviously you're going to play Cruz when he gets back, right? But is Jake Mangum really going back to a fourth outfielder role?
I mean, for hitting in the 300s and being a speed threat, it's really difficult you'd rather be at the leadoff spot than the 9 spot, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather just have him play. We're kind of not talking about that as much. He's hit safely in 26 of his last 32 games at the plate appearance. Going 360 with an 868 OPS in that stretch. And in 2 weeks, theoretically, he's going to be a reserve. Makes me think a little bit. I don't know. I'm not trying to trade Jake Mangum or trade anybody else, but I am thinking, I've got an asset here, and I really need relief help. Is there a solution? I don't know if there is or not. I mean, it's part of having depth is actually having good players that you don't have to play every day. But yeah, that's I guess one thing, if we look at it from a positive perspective, Joel, you can bat O'Neal Cruz 5th. I think that started gaining some traction before he got hurt. I like
and
that.
The lineup calls for that too. That would work out really nicely.
Boy, what does that do then? You've got Lau hitting second, Reynolds hitting third,
O'Hearn fourth.
Yeah,
Although,
I'm okay with that. Although what?
Oh, yep, yeah, no, we're good. I was thinking you probably don't want Lau, O'Hearn, Cruz back to back to back, but no, Lau second, Reynolds third. Yep, switch that up a little bit.
Yeah, I think some of that stuff is overcooked. Like if you're a good hitter, you're a good hitter. I'm not going to drop somebody too far down in the lineup. I want them getting the maximum number of plate appearances. I mean, I do get staggering your lefties if possible, certainly. But I mean, that's a darn good top six, man.
You know who top six. So Mangum, Lau, Reynolds, O'Hearn,
Cruz, and probably Horwitz when he gets back. Right?
Horwitz, which means either Connor Griffin or Spencer Horwitz, when healthy, are hitting seventh.
I mean, no. When Connor Griffin's healthy, I'm hitting him leadoff.
Leadoff, okay. Good.
I'm sorry, Jake Mangum, but I mean, Connor Griffin's the. And who knows what they do with Mangum too? Like that's a tough thing. If you have everybody healthy, you're going to play Reynolds, you're going to play Cruz, you're going to play O'Hearn, you're going to play Horwitz, like in some combination there, right field, first base. As Maryland Valdez, I mean, the fact that it's a right-handed bat, kind of like that. It's just an interesting scenario. There's some, and I'm not saying I'd trade any of them. I don't love it. Like I do. I like the offense being a deodorant for some of the other stuff going on, but it is going to be interesting to find playing time for all these guys. All right, let's stop blabbing. Let's get back out to the phones. Thanks so much for hanging on, everybody. Newt in Aspinwall wants to talk about the pen. What's up, Newt?
Hey, good morning, Jason.
Morning.
Hey, 4 moves that I would like to see done, and a 5th one, which ties into what Joel says. I agree with him on Mangum. First, today, not tomorrow or next week, Dennis Santana needs DFA'd. Second, Mitch Keller to the Phantom IL. Third, Majinski back to the rotation in Keller's spot. And fourth, you and I talked about this and we agreed, I think 3 weeks ago, they should have acquired this guy when they were in Colorado. You overpay for Antonio Senzatella. Send maybe the password Garcia and third base prospect Murph Gray. They might both be 30-plus home run guys, especially in Colorado, but you got to give up something to get something. Senzatella's 31. He's not part of Colorado's plans. They stink. I think they take that deal. And my last one, which ties into what Joel said, did you guys hear, I saw on MLB Network, possibly Mason Miller being available. I don't know if that's true, but would you guys trade Cruz straight up for him? Well, hold on.
I know.
Cruz, you're not going to be able to sign Cruz. You're not going to want to pay him the money he wants in a couple years.
I know.
Think of the bullpen, the back end, with Miller as closer, Soto and Senzatella setting up. And then, whatever, Montgomery with it, whoever, what other righty, Matson or somebody else behind him, with him. All of a sudden, that's a pretty good back end of the bullpen. And you got Mangum to take over in center, to Joel's point.
I know. Man, you're making me think. Newt. I honestly think I might do it, yeah.
Yeah.
I might do it.
He's talented, but he's very mercurial, right? And at times, and streaky, and you're not going to want to pay him the money that you're going to need. And, Mangum's a good ball player,
I don't think the Padres would do that, Newt.
Really?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I think they can have people over a barrel for Mason Miller. I don't think they have to settle for just Cruz. I mean,
well, what if he threw in another prospect with him?
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably do that too, as long as it's not Seth Hernandez.
Right. Nobody named Seth Hernandez, right? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Or Connor Griffin, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But I mean, that solves their problem. He comes with years of control. He's dominant. Yeah,
and he's from here. He's a local.
I don't care if he's from Mars if he can pitch.
I know. Yeah, you're right.
But he can pitch.
The ponder.
Yeah.
Why would they want to get rid of him anyhow? Is my question.
Well, I mean, I just they're just
in
not
the race, aren't they?
Not really. Not really. Let me pull up the NL West standings here. I mean, they're.
I thought they were like 3 or 4 out of the wild card, but
they're 5.5 back in the wild card.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know for sure that he's available or that they're dangling him. I think they're 2 games under 500. You know, it might be an article that gets clicks that, you know, what if this happens? You know, maybe they trade. I don't know how you trade Mason Miller. If I'm the San Diego Padres, like, there's just no way, man. He's making $4 million this year. He's only arbitration eligible for the second year next year. His 2 more years after that, like, no way. He's on my roster.
Yeah, I agree, but that's why if he is and I'm the Pirates, I'm overpaying for him.
Oh gosh, yes, absolutely. Thanks, Newt. Appreciate you. Yeah, I would do most things that I would need to do to get Mason Miller. I mean, not anything. You know, I'm not trading Connor Griffin and Seth Hernandez or something ridiculous, but you know, within the realm of intelligence or common sense or something, sure. What a pitcher, what a person, what a story, all that stuff. Would love it. All right, let's go to Jonah in Harrisburg. Wants to talk about General Manager Ben Cherington. What's up, Jonah?
Hey, Jason. Thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
Year 7 of this, and I really want to see something other than like word salad whenever the media presses him. And I think it's great that we get a trade. We finally did something, but I don't think it really addresses the bullpen. With all the stuff that's going on, do you really do you really trust the GM to make the right decision with this trade deadline? If he's not going to be back next year, if Bob Nutting decides to cut ties with him based on the lack of movement or doing anything, like, do you really think he's going to be back next year? And the other question I have is, on Sunday for your Pirates Insider Show, I know it's going to be really tempting to talk about the prospects, but I don't want to talk about the future. I want to talk about the here and now. Can you have like any questions lined up about that's going to address anything for this upcoming second half of the baseball season after the All-Star break? Thanks, man. That's all I got.
Yep. Appreciate you. Of course. I mean, I've asked Ben at least 3 times about the trade deadline, maybe 4. I will continue to ask him what they need to do to improve, how they're going to address weaknesses. I can't make a trade for him. And I also can't tell you what his future is. I can tell you this from being around it, that they generally feel that they're going to give the GM the season. That making an in-season GM move, I'm not saying it wouldn't happen, but I'm saying it's more likely that they would make that move in the offseason. I think they would give Cherington the season to see where this goes. And I think if it goes poorly, if they finish below 500, that would knock them out of the playoffs. I don't think there's a great chance of Cherington being back. If they are above 500 but not in the playoffs, I think that's kind of a weird gray area. I think you'd need some context. If they are above 500 and they get in the playoffs, I think he's back. That's the scope of outcomes I'm looking at with Cherington. And, you know, you can express frustration on the 6+ years that have led to this point. I certainly get it. That's absolutely fair. They should be winning before now. The playoffs should be the goal. An above 500 record should be the goal. If they don't get that, they should be criticized. Absolutely. But I also think it's fair to let things play out. Like, I'm not going to formulate a final opinion on that stuff. I don't think the trade that we saw last night is going to be the biggest one of their trade deadline. It better not be. And to some of the earlier points, those got kind of swept under the rug by the Mason Miller question. I understand wanting to DFA Dennis Santana. I can't make a case for him remaining on the roster at this point. Maybe there's a phantom IL stint to be had there. I don't know, but I mean, you certainly can't continue to put him in leverage spots, and you need guys to occupy those leverage spots. I think it's easy to maybe look at Harrington and, maybe you'd keep Dennis Santana over Thomas Harrington, but I mean, we're really sideways of the main point here. The bullpen overall needs to be better. If you want to put Carmen Mlodzinski in the rotation, fine. Wilbur Dotel should be back soon. He starts a rehab assignment with AAA Indiana, or he has his rehab assignment transferred to AAA Indianapolis, by the way. But the fourth point was Antonio Senzatella. Would you trade him for Joe Stinson Garcia and Murph Gray? I probably would. They need to go out and aggressively pursue bullpen help. Senzatella has not had a great July. I think actually over his June and July, I'd have to get back into the numbers, but it's been a little underwhelming. Either way, that's a right-handed reliever who's had some success this season. They badly need that. And you're going to have to overpay at some point. And you're going to have to make these moves, in my opinion, soon. If you're sitting here looking at the trade deadline and you've experienced a significant skid and you're out of it, at that point, I'm not advocating for this scenario, but you do have to consider the idea Brandon Lau's on an expiring deal. Gregory Soto's on an expiring deal. Do you hang on to these guys or do you flip them for assets? You just cut your losses. I don't want to get to that. I don't think it's going to get to that. But that's why this next stretch is so darn important. We'll see. Bucko Talk with Jason Mackey, that's me. It's brought to you by Westminster College. Register for a summer information session today, westminster.edu for details. The Fan 5 Alarm, great event, by the way. It's hitting the links. We're looking for a course to partner with. All proceeds go to our local volunteer fire departments. If you own or manage a golf course and you want to host the 5 Alarm Classic, which means you get to have Nicholas Harry Callis play golf on your course, let us know. Text 412-928-9370 or comment on our socials. Joel, how about Harry Callis in Ireland? Have you followed this escapade on Twitter?
A little bit. That's cool stuff for him.
My man is tweeting up a storm. I was talking with Hathorn last night at PNC Park about this. We had very different, well, Jeff and I were aligned. Like, what is Callis doing on Twitter? You're on vacation, man. Get the heck away from that stuff. But I guess he sees it differently.
There's a lot of content out there for him.
A lot of content. A lot of content. All right, we will wrap up this discussion when we get back. We're going to hit our second break of the hour. You were listening to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. Joel Nelson producing, Jason Mackey hosting, and you contributing with your wonderful phone calls and insight. Back with more after this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bucks and Brewers will play 2 today. 12:05 the first pitch and 4:05 the second game will get underway then. Braxton Ashcraft starts game 1 for the Pirates. Bubba Chandler for game 2. Coverage on the Fan at 11 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Looking for the region's premier golf destination? You'll find it at Old Stonewall Golf Club. Their award-winning course layout is impressive and offers spectacular views. Visit oldstonewall.com to book your tee times this season and see why the best course is just minutes away.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief.
1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hi, I'm Andy.
And I'm Kristen. And we're a Henny couple. I met Juliet through Andy and found out she worked at Henny Jewelers. I came in and found my dream diamond, and Juliet helped us create the perfect ring.
It was an amazingly personal experience for both the engagement ring and our wedding bands. I couldn't find any other jeweler who could beat the value.
If you're looking for a jeweler you can trust that treats you like family, Henny Jewelers is it. Check them out at hennyjewelers.com or follow them on social.
Henny Jewelers. They'll be your jewelers for life.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
On the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Pittsburgh, are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen. A tribute to Queen is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 18th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets and don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, live. We'll see you there.
Hey guys, it's Mulsey here for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. So I was thinking about this past weekend, specifically what I did. I had fun, and that meant hanging out with friends and doing some swimming, playing some games, but it also meant going from party to party, having burgers, hot dogs, some ribs, and more, not to mention a few sweets here and there, and drinks. Yeah, I had those too. Here's the thing. I never worried about any of it for two reasons. One, Awaken 180 taught me how to enjoy those things in moderation. But the other major benefit of Awaken 180, when I go a little past moderation, I don't sweat it because I know my metabolism is firing on all cylinders even 3 years after losing the weight. By the way, I have proof of all of this because just out of curiosity, I stepped on the scale and I hadn't gained a single pound. And yes, it feels pretty great seeing that. Make the kind of change that I did. Lose the weight, reap the benefits, and take control of your health and your life with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent
and application may vary. Online health questions required.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That tradition continues today. Hurry in to Spitzer Auto World and choose from all of your favorite brands. Plus, get a lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and get exclusive rewards in an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app. Visit your nearest showroom or check out our inventory at Spitzer.com. What drives us remains the same.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Lifetime powertrain warranty not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
The PA Turnpike takes you so many places to explore. From historical sites and stadiums to family picnics and local parks. Now, thanks to the PA Turnpike's open road tolling, trips are easier than ever. It eliminates the stop and go of traditional tolling. It increases safety and reduces environmental impact. Plus, have even more confidence that you'll arrive on time. Be driven to explore. Visit paturnpike.com/ORT.
Looking for a real deal this July? Smale Kia has you covered. Right now, score the all-new 2026 Kia Seltos S all-wheel drive for just $398 a month for 36 months lease. The best part? Zero do-it signing. 0 down, 0 security deposit, and your first payment is already included. Smale Kia makes it easy. Drive home a new Kia Seltos without emptying your wallet. Hurry in to Smale Kia on Route 30 in Greensburg for details, or visit smalekia.com. Available credit through KMF. Not all will qualify. Includes all fees, tax, title, license extra. Ends August 3rd.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Foggy start to our Saturday and a few stray showers possible through this afternoon and evening. High temperatures right around 80 degrees. Partly cloudy overnight with low temperatures in the mid-60s. Mostly sunny Sunday, high temperatures in the low to mid-80s, and partly cloudy Sunday night with lows in the mid-60s. Meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates were rained out last night with Milwaukee. They'll start the series today with a doubleheader, 12:05 and 4:05, the scheduled first pitches. And it's Braxton Ashcraft starting Game 1, Bubba Chandler for Game 2. Coverage on the Fan at 11 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk here on a Saturday morning. Jason Mackey with you until 11 a.m., taking you right up into the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with the one, the only, Dan Zangrilli. We'll get you ready for the doubleheader today. As Joel said, 12:05, 4:05. Kind of bummed I'm going to miss that. Honestly, I'm heading to Philadelphia mid-afternoon for the Futures game tomorrow. I'll be doing the GM show from there. I'll be there for the All-Star game. Braxton Ashcraft will join me as well. And looking forward to that, but also want to see some Bucko baseball. So I'll be watching and following from afar. First hour, thank you so much for your participation. We're going to squeeze in a few last calls here, but talking a lot about the state of the Pirates. Are you encouraged by where they could go in the second half? Certainly some frustration with the week that was, dropping 2 of 3 to the Atlanta Braves, the way the bullpen has performed, some weak links in the starting rotation. I understand it, and we're weeding through all of it. This week, Joel, we talked about this off air. It's like manna from heaven for sports talk radio, man. It's a perfect game. Guy removed after 6, misuse of a reliever, continuing to run Dennis Santana out there. It's been some fodder.
It really has. It's all sort of different directions and a lot of moving parts, to say the least.
What do you think about the second half, Joel? Do you think this is a team that's primed to take off, or do you think this is a team that's primed to sink?
I would say more sink than take off, unless they can make necessary adjustments and moves to the roster, and it looks like they've kind of been doing that. They're really seeing more effort into that, it seems like. So we'll see.
What do you think will be the undoing? The bullpen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one that's that's the big red flag. Has been for a while.
Yeah. It's hard to argue against it, man. It's fact. All right, we'll get to 2 more phone calls. In the meantime, fan Twitter. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Cloudy skies, temperatures in the 70s with a small chance of rain in the late afternoon. Hopefully it stays dry for the doubleheader. Mark in McKeesport wants to talk about Don Kelly. What's going on, Mark?
Hi, Jason. First of all, you're tremendous. I love your work with the Pirates. Nice to have somebody that has the real pulse of this team.
You're too kind, man.
That's you. The manager. I think the biggest drawback that we have comes from that dugout. I believe, like earlier in the season, at the end of last season, once last season ended, I wanted the Pirates to open up the managerial position to outside candidates.
Yeah.
To, let's get an overreach. Let's get somebody who hasn't been here. Let's get a new start. And Kelly could apply also. And if they felt that he was the best man at that time, then that's fine. But they did none of that. They just handed this thing over to him. I think he's so far over his head. It's ridiculous. The fundamental mistakes that this guy makes. And they, he's like Howdy Doody. Everything's like, yeah. I mean, the other day, he made a statement about Santana that I had to listen to it 2 or 3 times.
That they believe in the stuff and the stuff's getting better or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. After 48 hours earlier, Joey Bart put one in the seats off of him.
Yep.
And I'm sitting there going, what are you doing? Like, we're not stupid. And I'll wrap this up really quick. But my point is that's I truly believe he's one of the reasons why we can't get on a winning streak. I think this guy blows 1 to 2 games a week. He's just done this the other night, the day with the left-handed pitching, or not having a left-hand. Mike Yastrzemski hardly even plays against left-handers.
Yeah.
To let him stand up there with the bases loaded. A couple of weeks earlier, Eugenio Suarez come in, hit a grand slam to beat us. A left-handed murderer. 2 right-handers were warming up in the bullpen at the time. And he didn't go to them.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, you want a manager? Watch this guy coming into town today. This Pat Murphy's fantastic.
Yeah.
I believe he may be the best manager in baseball. And just kind of watch the way he if this team, despite the bad bullpen and all that stuff, I believe if Pat Murphy was running this team, or a few other guys. But
what happened? We're wrapping it up real quick, Mark.
Okay.
I'm just joking.
I don't mean to go on, but I just wanted. You got my gist of my point. I believe.
I got you, man. I got you. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Don Kelly's made mistakes. I'm not going to sit here on the radio and try to act like he hasn't made mistakes. I would add that I don't think it's always Don Kelly. And this is an issue that I have with baseball today. I disagree with. They script things out too much. And we saw this with the Mason Montgomery decision using Dennis Santana in that spot. They will think about this weekend series and ignore the game right in front of them. That's a winnable game. I'm not turning my back. It's a philosophical difference. And this isn't just Don Kelly making this decision. This is, it's in consultation with the front office, analytics people, whatever. I mean, they have these meetings and these discussions. And I'm not saying that to defend them. I'm just saying that, that's what goes into it. I would rather go after the game right in front of you. If that leaves me in a semi-compromised position for the next day, I'm okay with that. I want to try to win the game that I can win. And if I'm within a run with this offense, I want to try to keep it there. My best option to keep it there is Mason Montgomery, not Dennis Santana. That's why I would have went with Mason Montgomery in that spot. And if I don't have Mason Montgomery for a weekend series, okay, then I cross that bridge when I come to it. At that point, I'm probably going to bring Carmen Majinski back into a prominent role, and you just kind of see what you have. I don't know, but I'm not turning my back on the game right in front of me. I understand Mark's points. I understand mistakes that Don Kelly has made. He's not unaware. I can tell you that. They all make mistakes. Nobody's perfect. Players are not perfect. I think Don Kelly does a very good job of setting a tone, creating a culture, that sort of thing. Guys like playing for him. And I also think you're sort of set up to fail as a manager when your bullpen doesn't pitch well. It's going to be real easy to poke holes in this thing when guys aren't doing their job. Bill in South Fayette wants to talk about selling at the deadline. What's up, Bill?
Hey, Jason. Yeah, I mean, selling at the deadline, I do believe that they need to leverage assets like Lau and Soto, although I don't know what Soto's going to bring you anyway. But
what if they win 11 of their next 12, Bill?
If they win 11 of the next 12, then you keep Lau, right? I don't think Lau is going to be a major trade anyway. I think they always need to be looking to improve the organization. Like, I mean, the Brewers, Rays, they just make trades all the time. They're always doing things to improve the organization. So, I mean, the buyers and sellers, things at the deadline, I'm hoping that we're getting to a point where we're getting out of that, right? That they're just making baseball trades. But I kind of want to piggyback on your point about Donnie Kelly being handcuffed. And I think it goes to the larger part of the organization now is that with the big league club, you've got to focus on winning, right? The buyers, sellers, organizational depth, I hope we're past that and we could just continue to recycle the organization. But with the major league team, you've got to win. And I'm looking at Majinski, Montgomery, and Keller. They totally mismanaged these guys over the last 2 months, and Jones for that matter. Majinski is one of the best 5 pitchers on this team, and they're using him in this weird throwaway role where he's not being a leverage starter or even a leverage reliever. It's just like, hey, we just need to get this guy work every 5 days because he's not going to be a starter. And then they try to piggyback him with Jones, but now Jones is good. And then, Montgomery, he doesn't really have a solid role. He's sometimes an opener. He's one of the best pitchers on the staff as well, in terms of stuff.
Yeah.
They've got it, like, and the other point is with these young pitchers pulling Jones with the perfect game, but it's more than that. I mean, they've pulled Skeens and all, watching these young arms come up and how they manage them. What do we care about these guys' long-term arm health? Not to be crass.
No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. If you're not going to keep them, you might as well use them while you have them, right?
Yes.
But I mean, we also can't
4 or 5 years.
Yeah, but we also can't sit here and complain about Paul Skeen's velocity being down and being tired and whatever, and then say we need to use him more.
No,
right. And it's on the pitchers too to be more efficient than they've been as well. That's not an organizational problem. Thank you very much for the call, Bill. I appreciate it. Sure. I have to get to a break, but I understand what Bill's saying, are they putting their best? I don't know. I hate to draw a football analogy, but are you putting your best offense on the field? Or are you putting your best defense on the field? And I don't know if they are. Like, Carmen Majinski is a better pitcher than the role that he is working in right now. And that is on the team. Like, pitchers need to be more efficient. Certainly agree with that. But they're not taking advantage of what he can do. And that is something I would absolutely like to see change. The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by Southhouse Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. When we get back, Jose Mascaro is the manager of the Greensboro Grasshoppers in High A. This team has been very, very good. 41-25 in the first half, 12-7 in the second half. They have some of the best prospects in the Pirates' entire minor league system, including Seth Hernandez, Edward Florentino. Both of those guys will be in Philadelphia for the Futures game, but also Johnny Severino, Murph Gray, Tony Blanco Jr., Yordanny De Los Santos, Easton Carmichael. It's been an interesting environment. Sammy Stafura, who has been just absolutely red hot. He seemingly He homers and has an RBI basically every game. A lot of cool stuff happening in Greensboro. We'll talk to manager Jose Mascaro when we get back. This is Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bucks and Brewers will play 2 this afternoon. 12:05, the first pitch of Game 1, and then 4:05 is the second game. Braxton Ashcraft will start the first one for the Pirates, and Bubba Chandler will get Game 2. Catch it all on the Fan and on the free Odyssey app with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 11 o'clock this morning. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. Their 5-year price guarantee and same-day Wi-Fi available right now. It is the most intelligent, the smartest Wi-Fi. It can heal itself when there's a problem. It's also the most reliable Wi-Fi for everything. Streaming, gaming, working from home, you name it. Wi-Fi coverage in every corner of your house, from the top of your attic all the way down to your basement floor. There's also a security blanket for your network. That's a big deal. Fiber-powered network with 99.999% reliability. It is built for speed. It can make everything in your home work together. So right now, lock in 5 years of predictability, 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes. Just like that, with same-day Wi-Fi. The price slot guarantee, 5 years, the same price, no contracts or commitments, and everything you need included, data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-854-4040. That's 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
It's Norm Dickerson for PJ Fitzpatrick. Are you tired of climbing over that dirty, old, slippery tub? Your bathroom should be beautiful, functional, and safe. PJ Fitzpatrick is pleased to offer the jacuzzi shower system installed in just one day, featuring low entry thresholds and designer walls and fixtures. You'll step right into luxury. Plus, PJ is offering a free shower, seat, and safety bars for all customers this month. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com.
Summertime and it's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. New casino users get up to $500 casino bonus back, plus 500 bonus spins on the hot soccer-themed game. BetParx Go, Go, Go Collect 'em. Play real casino games for real money and bet on world soccer and all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win.
Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. See BetParx.com for T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
Good morning. Welcome back to Bucko Talk here on a Saturday in Pittsburgh ahead of a Pirates doubleheader with the Milwaukee Brewers over at PNC Park. Hoping to get Jose Mascara on the phone. He is the manager of the Greensboro Grasshoppers. I got an email from the people there during the break. Apparently they had a meeting pop up and he's still in it. So hoping to get him in enough time to squeeze him in. We have Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette coming up at 10:40. Want to talk to Noah about his Connor Griffin piece. And a really interesting look, by the way. If you haven't read it, certainly check it out, post-gazette.com. What all went into the Pirates drafting Connor Griffin. Appropriate now, of course, with the MLB draft kicking off today. Connor Griffin taken in 2024. But just a fascinating look. A player that is a huge part of the Pirates' future, of course, and didn't really think he was going to be a Pirate. One of those weird baseball stars aligning things, too. He thought he was going to be a member of the Chicago White Sox. And it was interesting in the piece that Noah talked to Connor Griffin's agent, his parents, and Connor, and they were convinced that the White Sox were going to take him at number 5. And they did not. They pivoted. The Pirates all along were kind of on Griffin. Some consensus about, what the signability was. They had a very good plan, and not to spoil all of Noah's story, you should still read it, but a plan for how they saw Griffin. There was a Zoom call the night before the draft and kind of left them in a little bit of a different place with going to get Connor Griffin. And I like this move. I mean, saying I like Connor Griffin is not exactly an incendiary take, but it's an interesting look at the way the MLB draft operates, much different than anything else because of signing bonuses and everything like that. So check it out. We'll talk about it at 9:40 or 10:40, excuse me. Something I wanted to get into with Jose Mascara, the manager of the Greensboro Grasshoppers, is a lot of the good that has been happening in Greensboro. And some of that, of course, is Seth Hernandez and Edward Florentino. Those two will represent the Pirates at the Futures game Sunday, 1 o'clock at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Talk about them a little bit. I'm excited for Seth and to see what he does on a big stage, like covering him in the breakout game, the spring breakout game, where he's topping out at 102 and he can just gas it up. It's not a problem. That's fun. He now leads minor league baseball in strikeouts, 111. Just such a dominant arm, mature kid. Has had a really interesting season, too. And that's one reason why I wanted to be able to chat with Jose. But has had some stuff. Has had to develop a little bit. Has a 2.61 ERA and 16 starts across 2 different levels. And he has had some outings that have gone poorly. And he's bounced back poorly by his standards. I guess I should say, but gave up a career-high 5 runs and 8 hits and 3 2/3 in the outing before last, and came back with 4 strikeouts over 3 in his last one. That was this Wednesday. 10 whiffs on 18 swings, and just really, really dynamic stuff. A good, mature mentality as well. Florentino, we talked to him recently on a Zoom call when he was announced as a member of the Futures game. Young kid, and I was so impressed by his ability and desire to speak English and to learn the language, and I think that probably says a lot about how much he's put into this and development. And it hasn't been an easy season for him either. He tore up the Florida Complex League last year and Bradenton. A little bit of a slow start with Greensboro, but he's up to 213, a 761 OPS, has 12 homers, 37 ribs, and 46 runs scored. He is certainly speed, has power, outfielder. He's played some center, some corner spots, can do it all. But those guys aren't the only story happening down there. There's a lot more. Murph Gray was somebody who came up in our first hour, hitting 305, 987 OPS. There's a ton of power there, and that's in high A on the season. His OPS is over 1,000, 22 home runs, 68 RBIs. Really somebody who I don't want to say has come out of nowhere, but probably doesn't get as much love as he should. Easton Carmichael, one of the 2 catchers down there, ranks 4th in the Sally League in batting at 305. Johnny Severino's been playing some third. He's having a really good year. Had an RBI in 10 straight at one point, leads the South Atlantic League, 66 RBIs. But anyway, the point is not to regurgitate stats from Greensboro. The point is to explain that this is a very important and fascinating developmental level for the Pirates, and it's a little lower than these guys aren't impacting the major league club tomorrow, but it has to start somewhere. And it also makes me think of stuff around the trade deadline. And you got a guy, shortstop, Sammy Stafora, and I know that he was just traded in the Brian Hayes deal, but there's no limitation on these things. It's why they exist. Hitting 304 and 987 OPS. Went deep. He has 7 home runs in 8 July games. Has 23 RBIs this month already. July 11th. He's hitting 432. Has an 11-game RBI streak. He's just blowing up. Obviously, shortstop is pretty well taken care of now and in the future for the Pirates. Is another team interested? I don't know. I'd like to find out. But some interesting things nonetheless going on in Greensboro. 93.7 The Fan, 101.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh Public School students for the first year in the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh 4 PPS at Pittsburgh 4 PPS back to school event. You can support this by purchasing backpacks or dropping them off at a location near you. For details, visit 937thefan.com. All right, while we wait on Jose Mascara, hopefully we can squeeze him in the show here. Let's go out to Jim in Monaca. Wants to talk about the team. We always talk to Jim on a Saturday. What's up, Jim?
Good morning, Mr. Mackey. Thank you for taking my call as always.
Hey, I wasn't going to do it if we were going to get the Greensboro manager, just to be honest with you. I'm joking with you, Jim. What you got?
You know what? Here's the thing. I'm almost 40 years old. I'm 38. I'm well versed in the negativity. And one of the reasons why I'm always so engaged with your program here on Saturdays is because you often look at things a similar way I do, and that, it's not all gloom and doom. There's always going to be a component of a sports team that isn't as strong as you want it. And obviously for the Pirates, that's been the bullpen. There's people that are not capable, I'll say, outside of Majinski, maybe Soto. I won't go much further than that, but if we are sellers, and that's been the debate here this morning, if we're sellers at the deadline, I don't have a problem with that, but I would want the mindset to be, let's try to keep as many guys as we can. Let's offer something to Lau. Let's offer something to Cruz. If they turn it down and say, we need to be here, and that's out of your budget, that's where you take what worked this year on a guest test revise kind of mentality. And what you do is you move off those pieces as rentals for other teams, but to get back things for next season that's going to make you a stronger team as a whole. Heal that bullpen wound up as best you can, and then either get back talent that replaces what you're trading and go in at free agency and try to fill that hole in the immediate for next season. But I'm not a big fan of just tearing down after what we witnessed this season. I mean, we're 500 exactly, and we got 2 games before the All-Star break. That's a lot of success from somebody who's never seen a World Series in 38 years. And I was 3 when they made it to, the conference finals, the NLCS in, 91?
Series. Yep.
Yeah. So, we got a lot of working pieces, and some of them are signed, some of them aren't. Shore it up. And if you can't come to an agreement, let's push those pieces out for something that makes us more competitive next year.
Yep.
If that's rookies or prospects, I'm okay with it, because, I mean, you got to get what you can, but you can also look at it from a positive. And I want to see Cherington and company look at things as a positive from what we've seen so far. I mean, if it goes miserably wrong here in the second half, well, that just highlights, where you're not capable, and you got more to address in the offseason. But this season, I wasn't expecting a deep playoff run. I kind of was expecting a wild card. But if it doesn't happen, you've got a sample size there that tells you what's working and what's not. And you go after it again like you did this previous offseason, and you get those last pieces to the puzzle in place to make sure that next year is a competitive year. Thanks, Jason.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. I don't think you can do that. And I wanted to allow Jim to make his point. But I don't think, unless something goes horribly wrong, again, and it is just glaringly obvious, in which case it'll be frustrating and people will be mad, and for perfectly understandable reasons, I don't think you can sell. I don't. I understand the ramifications of that, and that's unfortunate, but you have to keep Lau. You have to keep Soto. You have to give a shot at this thing. You say before the season, after last one, the goal, playoffs, period, full stop, whatever Travis Williams said. I mean, that's what you're going for. There's no other answer. You have to add. You can't tear down. All right, one more phone call. We'll go to Mark in Fort Lauderdale, then hit a break. Reminder, Noah Hiles coming up at 10:40. What's going on, Mark? How are you?
Great to talk to you, Jason. I want to know if you know what player moves the Pirates are going to make off the 40-man roster today with Jacob Gonzalez and Brandon Isaac coming into the fold right now.
Well, they DFA'd Cam Sanders, and they put Connor Griffin on the 60-day IL, so that opens up those spots.
And the other thing is Murph Gray. He's a guy that the Pirates really deserve a lot of credit. He was a third-round pick. I saw him on Fresno State in college, his career, and he wasn't really in good shape. His body was real questionable. That's why a lot of scouts said he could have been a first-round pick. And the Pirates really worked with him in the offseason and the conditioning program, and I think he's got a dynamite future.
Yeah, I like Murph Gray a lot, man. He's been a great addition, and I don't know where he fits, man. And that's a good problem to have, certainly. Are you going to move Nick Gonzalez from third base? Probably not. Connor Griffin's your shortstop. They like this Gonzalez kid, but I don't need to have an answer for that right now. I like what he's done. I'm curious to see how quickly they get him to Altoona, though, because he's kind of a mature kid for Greensboro. But yeah, agree with you very much.
Speaking of Altoona, do you think Seth Hernandez gets there this year?
I do. Yeah, I think he has. I think he finishes the year in Altoona.
Great to talk with you. Keep through the work, Jim.
All right, man. Appreciate you. All right, let's get to a break. When we get back, Noah Hiles from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and then we'll hopefully get Jose Mascara from the Greensboro Grasshoppers in here before the buzzer on Bucko Talk. Saturday morning, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bucks and Brewers will play 2 today, 12:05 and 4:05, the start times of today's games. It'll be Braxton Ashcraft Game 1, Bubba Chandler Game 2. Catch it all on the Fan and on the free Odyssey app. Coverage at 11 o'clock presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors, and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is partnering with Valley Forge, and they're changing the game because sometimes your players get subbed off and your bet goes with them in these big soccer matches. Well, not anymore with FanDuel Super Sub. If your guy gets subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with that substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. All right, we are getting down to nitty-gritty time, the biggest matches in the knockout round. And so many of these games are coming down to goals that are getting scored in the 90th minute, in extra time, in overtime, and you want to protect yourself against those substitutions, and that's why what FanDuel is doing is so incredible and why this is the place to make these bets, to make your bets during the greatest event of the year, the World Soccer Tournament. So visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus in Pleasanton, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we help Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming out.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Celebrate America's 250th with Joe Ball GMC. Buy any new or used vehicle by July 11th and get a $250 gas card. You can have it all at Joe Ball. Call now or visit joeballgm.com.
You can have it all at Joe Ball.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Og, Murphy, Perkoski, The Firm. We're all in.
Ready to go all in? At Rocky Gap Casino Resort, the action starts the moment you walk in. Slots, tables, big wins, big excitement. And when you're ready to cash in the fun, there's more waiting. Hit the golf course, relax at the spa, enjoy great dining, a comfortable hotel stay, and the beauty of the outdoors, all in one destination. Play hard, relax easy, or do it all. Go to cnty.com/Rocky-Gap for more info. Rocky Gap Casino Resort is the all-in experience every way you want to play. Must be 21 to enter the gaming floor. Trouble with gambling? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdproblemgambling.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk. Saturday morning, Jason Mackey with you for about 20 more minutes, taking you right up until the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with the one and only Dan Zangrilli. Let's go out to the phone lines, talk to the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette's columnist Noah Hiles. A great story this week that Noah wrote, the inside story of how the Pirates landed Connor Griffin in the MLB draft. Absolutely recommend checking it out. It's a fascinating read, post-gazette.com. You can find Noah on Twitter or X at _Noah Hiles. Noah, good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm well, Jason. How are you?
Doing all right, man. Hanging in. Long day for Pirates fans and media today. A lot going on. So let me ask it this way: what got your wheels turning on pursuing this story before we get into the meat of it?
Yeah. Well, as you know, Jason, I've dedicated a lot of time over the last year to covering Connor Griffin's story.
You're his guy.
Yeah. Made a trip to Mississippi last August. Where I got to know his family and a lot of people close to him. And, because having gone on trips like that, you go there for one story, but you often come away with a few more. And that was one of the ones where I didn't hear the full story behind it, but I got a little bit of a taste of it. And you write that in the notepad and think, all right, if X, Y, and Z happen sometime soon, this is something that we could pursue. And I think a lot of people would love to read about. And really, since hearing that, he makes the major league team in early April. He signs the extension. He's the top prospect. Everything kind of worked out well. And that's a story where everyone comes out looking good in it. And now that he's locked up in this big contract and is like the face and the future of the franchise, I felt like this was the right time to tell it, being that the draft is this weekend.
I love it. So he was almost a member of the Chicago White Sox. Give me a sense of how seriously the Griffin family was taking this.
Yeah, I think the agency is where that belief came from. Connor said that was the team that he probably expected most to be drafted by. His agent, Joey Devine of XL Sport Management, started to believe that. I think his family was probably a little bit more open to the idea that it might not be the White Sox, but that was probably the front runner for him. And they had a good reason to believe that. Something that didn't make it in the story that I found interesting was Excel Management, which is Connor's agency, represented 5 of the first 10 players taken in that draft.
Wow.
So the information that they had heading into that draft, they knew what all of those teams in the top 10 liked, because it wasn't just getting information about Connor. It was getting information about Bazana, who went number 1. I believe Nick Kurtz is an Excel guy. There were a handful of guys who went really early. So when you're talking to all of those teams, you get a pretty good idea of, okay, they're looking for this. They like this guy. They don't like this guy. So a good quote Joey Devine gave me, which again didn't make the story, was we kind of had all the answers to the test. So it's really interesting to hear that and know that information was there heading into draft day.
You know what I really liked in that story, and we're chatting with Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette @_Noah Hiles. Check his story out about Connor Griffin and the draft at post-gazette.com. Anyway, Noah, the Zoom call the night before the draft, had my attention, made my ears perk up. And maybe it was in there, maybe I missed it, but what led to the Zoom call? What was the purpose of the Zoom call, and how much of a factor was that in maybe the Pirates being convinced to take Connor?
Yeah, that's one of those things where when you're writing it and you're going through your notes and you're like, okay, well, this person mentioned it, that person, every single person who I spoke to, I think 7 or 8 people total spoke for this story. Every single person pointed at that Zoom call as a turning point. And I talked to Ben Cherington about that, and he said that that's something he likes to do pretty much every year of the draft. So maybe last night they had another Zoom call with whoever's name they're going to call later today. And Ben just kind of says he thinks it's important to talk to someone face-to-face in the, right around the corner from when you're going to call their name. So, and I don't know if the Pirates had other Zoom calls the day before the draft. I don't know, how frequently this is done, but Ben did specify, he said, he emphasized, this is something I've always kind of liked to do, and it went really well. It was a call where the Pirates kind of talked about their development plan for Connor Griffin, which if you read the story is kind of how they sold Connor on the idea of being a Pirate. And they left that call thinking, yeah, this is for sure the guy for us to pick.
All right, let me ask you a question about the current team before I let you go. You wrote a column about Carmen Mlodzinski's usage and that they need to find a little bit more of a creative lane for him. I agree with you. What do they need to do? What do you want to see?
I mean, you got 2 options. You can use him as your top high leverage arm because that's what he is. He is their best relief pitcher. He's better than Gregory Soto, and he's right-handed, so you're going to use him more than Gregory Soto. So you either start using him as your top high leverage arm after the All-Star break, or you put him back in the starting rotation because right now he's just a more effective starting pitcher than Mitch Keller. You can move Keller to the bullpen. I think you'd probably still be a better alternative even at this state that he's pitching in right now than a lot of other options they have. And he could probably use a reset and try to get himself right there. So either way, Jason, I just think Carmen Mlodzinski's too good of a pitcher to be used in this very minimalized role in which they have him in right now. So you either need to figure out a way to use him more either as a high leverage guy or a starter, or you need to trade him because you can't just waste his value.
Don't trade him. He addresses their biggest need. Right-handed relief late.
I mean, yeah, but if you can't use them in the way, if there's
I know.
suggesting there is, but if this is going to continue, it doesn't make sense for anyone.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. They're not maximizing the value of this move. I want to see him go later in the bullpen. I think he makes the team the best in that scenario. But anyway, all right, brother. Thanks so much. Always a pleasure. I'll see you soon. Make sure you check out the story. That's Noah Hiles. Thanks, Noah.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks for having me on.
Yep, Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette. Check out his story, post-gazette.com. And we will wrap it up with a few more thoughts now. But I love it, and very neat to read that behind-the-scenes stuff when you talk about the draft, what went into it. And I love the draft for all of the craziness that exists. I'm not going to get as much of it this year in my role, but I would love covering the draft and then the challenge of tackling a feature in 24 hours. You're doing a bunch of other things. I remember writing the Tamar Johnson feature where I said I'm going to work until 2 a.m. and I'm going to allow myself to sleep for 4 hours, and then I'm going to get up at 6 a.m. and get back at it. And then you're just on the phone with anybody you can wrangle, and you're transcribing and you're writing, and it's such a rush to be able to do that and be creative in that space as quickly as possible. And you're covering theoretically the home run derby, but availability for media, the All-Star game itself. There's just it's not a real chill trip, but it's also a lot of fun. The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. Fan weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Cloudy skies and temperatures in the 70s with a small chance of rain in the late afternoon. Final thoughts from a Saturday morning of Bucko Talk. It's unfortunate, as we talk about the MLB All-Star Game, that the Pirates will not be properly represented. I really thought this week, and I guess there's still an outside chance, we're not all the way there, that they could have a representative. What the Pirates have done offensively this season, it deserves to be applauded. And yes, I am isolating specifically on that. I'm not unaware that there are other issues the Pirates need to tackle. We've talked about them for the past hour and 50 minutes. But the fact that Brian Reynolds, Brandon Lau, even Ryan O'Hearn, the fact that they're not going to be in Philadelphia, it's wrong. It should be an opportunity for Major League Baseball to talk about the value of aggressively pursuing something via trade, via free agency, and how much that matters. The Pirates have been a great story in that respect. And again, I'm talking just about the offense and what they did. It's been really, really impressive. I don't want to see Brandon Lau go. I do have not suspicion, but I think the Pirates are probably adding another infielder to the mix in the event that Brandon Lau does indeed go. And I don't mean to trade that line. I just mean after the season. I'm intrigued by the Jacob Gonzalez pickup, but I can't help but think, is he somebody that is going to be an infielder of the future and it's not going to be Lau? I don't need to know that now, though. I do need to know that the Pirates have a good enough offense. What I need to know is that they have a good enough pitching staff. And that's what I'm going to be watching this weekend. That's what I'm going to be watching in the second half. That's what I'm going to be watching really in perpetuity. I asked you guys to chime in about, do you feel encouraged by this team? Do you think this team's going to take off? It was a bit of a trick question because I don't think any of us really know, but I think the only way for them to take off, for them to actually string something together, the pitching has to be better. The pitching has to be better starting-wise, but especially the bullpen. They have to figure out a right-handed relief arm late. I'm fine with Mason Montgomery and Gregory Soto as left-handed setup men, but they're lacking that last arm. You thought it was Santana. It's not. I don't think it's Mattson. They don't have that guy on the roster other than Carmen Mlodzinski. They have to get that figured out. Those are my final thoughts. Enjoy Dan Zangrilli. I'm sorry we did not get Jose Mascara. I will try to get him between now and the Pirates Insider show tomorrow. I would like to hear from Greensboro and what's going on down there. Joel, thank you very much for your hard work. Always appreciate seeing your lovely face on the other side of that glass.
Likewise, Jason. Good stuff today, and have fun at the doubleheader.
All right, buddy. I will. I'm going to be traveling to Philadelphia and following that thing from afar, unfortunately. But enjoy Dan Zangrilli. He is next, the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. This has been Bucko talking Jason Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This summer, your passport isn't required. Welcome to Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Inspired by the color and energy of Tokyo's vibrant sushi scene, these limited-time creations bring bold flavors in every bite. Discover new sushi rolls, steak tataki, and lobster and prawn fried rice inspired by one of the world's most exciting food destinations. Cruise through Tokyo, one roll at a time aboard our sushi boat with wave after sushi wave of unforgettable taste. Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Your journey to Tokyo starts here.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
I was inspired to become a nurse because I love serving others. I think I've always related best to kids, to build trust with kids. It's making things fun, have everything be less scary. Nursing is definitely a team profession. I cannot imagine doing what I do anywhere else.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. A lot. And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Springs are the most critical and dangerous part of your garage door. It's not unusual for springs on a 250-pound door to break after only 5 years. That's extremely dangerous for people or pets nearby. Don't gamble. Call 1-844-345-4737. That's locally owned Precision Garage Door Service, the only area company with springs engineered to last up to 10 times longer. Precision Garage Door offers a preventative maintenance and 25-point safety inspection program in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas for only $39.95. That's peace of mind. As America's #1 garage door service company, Precision has locations in over 80 cities. Need a new door? Repairs, replacement springs, openers, or rollers for your old door? Precision provides free estimates. 1-844-345-4737. Garage doors are their only business. Precision trucks are stocked to roll 24/7. Online at PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add Wireless Connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That tradition continues today. Hurry in to Spitzer Auto World and choose from all of your favorite brands. Plus, get a lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and get exclusive rewards in an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app. Visit your nearest showroom or check out our inventory at Spitzer.com. What drives us remains the same.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Lifetime powertrain warranty not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Summertime, and it's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. New casino users get up to $500 casino bonus back, plus 500 bonus spins on the hot soccer-themed game. BetParx Goal, Goal, Goal Collect 'em. Play real casino games for real money and bet on world soccer and all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win.
Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. See BetParx.com for T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambler problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Citizens, we know the world has gotten smarter since you started banking. Rings track your sleep. Taxis don't need drivers. Refrigerators have Wi-Fi. So why hasn't the way you bank kept up? Maybe it's time to upgrade to Citizens, so you stay ready all the time. With our enhanced mobile app, you can track your credit score and talk to our chat assistant, Sizzy. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made ready. Member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spitzer Toyota, 2 Minute a Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Hello Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Central Outreach, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good morning. It's the wild and wacky world of Bucko baseball, where it doesn't rain and games don't get played, where trades happen at the stroke of midnight and drafts occur while your club is playing the game on the field. The first of a twin bill coming your way at 12:05, and then shortly thereafter, another one, the regularly scheduled game at 4:05. Pirates and Brewers, big games of consequence at that. and we get you ready for them. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, is on the air. Yeah, I would usually say when a game was postponed last night and then you turn around and play something the following afternoon, that not much has occurred in between. That is not the case here. The Pirates acquired infielder Jacob Gonzalez, left-handed pitcher Brandon Eisert from the Chicago White Sox. And as we told you going off the air for pregame, that we're probably going to have something by the time we turn around, whether it would be after the game that, again, did not occur last night or by the time that we played today, because the Buccos were on the clock to trade a competitive balance pick, and they had till 1 p.m. to do so. They didn't have to walk it right up to the deadline, which would be less at this point than 2 hours from now. They were able to do it about 12 hours ago. Pirates getting a left-handed hitting shortstop to fill the need of Connor Griffin, who now subsequently is transferred to the 60-day IL with his left knuckle injury, and they do get some bullpen help. Bit of a project here in Brandon Eisert, who is fairly well-traveled. So to the White Sox go that competitive balance pick, which is the 34th overall, and also minor league reliever in Jalen Woods. So Ben Cherington saying that there's belief in the club, and they wanted to immediately impact it with the assets that they had. So Gonzalez, he'll be used to complement Jared Triolo and Nick Gonzalez. So a couple of Gonzalez's could be on the left side of the infield for the Pirates on any given day. It'll be Jacob Gonzalez to primarily, as we understand it, get the lion's share of playing time at shortstop for Connor Griffin. So while the need is obvious and glaring in the Pirates bullpen, the bulk of the value here coming back, which probably could be classified as an overpay here, depending on Gonzalez, Jacob Gonzalez, that is, and how high his ceiling is, which by all accounts it is pretty high. By all accounts, there's a lot of contractual control. So from that standpoint, did the Pirates get adequate value in return for a competitive balance A pick that had a slot value of about $2.5 to $2.8 million to be more accurate there. So where do I fall on this, man? I've often said, because Jacob Gonzalez, Baseball America had him as the number 16, MLB Pipeline had him as the number 22, guy that made his big league debut, guy that had really terrific numbers. Looking at some of the videotape, he's got a pure swing from the left side. So if this all translate, there's some serious value there. But at the outset, it feels like a bit of an overpay, which is actually okay. Now, I understand that a lot of folks, and I would fall into this category, you wanted to see the competitive balance pick, one of the best pieces that the Pirates had to parlay here in terms of value without, of course, subtracting from your major league club or anything significantly from your farm system, which the Pirates obviously did not do. This would have been the way to do it. Could the Pirates have gotten maybe more substantial bullpen help? How much true need was there to try to backfill the role of Connor Griffin as opposed to the need for an eighth-inning guy? That, I think, is the debate here. And I don't think the sample size is obviously large enough to know how much the Pirates would be missing Griffin. And in some of the projections that they have, apparently, you put that out over the next 2 months. What does life look like and the Pirates' record without Connor Griffin? While we haven't seen it, it's clearly a proactive move to try to solidify what they feel is to be a bigger priority is the shortstop position than the bullpen. Now, I'm not exactly enamored with riding Jared Triolo at shortstop for 60, maybe 70 days or until early to mid-September when Griffin would be able to return. Triolo, in the 22 games that Griffin missed with his forearm flexor, that was something that I thought was done adequately, sometimes slightly below with Triolo's work. And then, of course, The rest of the Pirates offense, I think, did a nice job buoying things. But the also other question is, would it be sustainable? What they've done here over the last month, whether it's Mangum, whether it's Callahan, whether it's Esmerlin Valdez, is that more of lightning in a bottle? Is that more of a short-term burst where they were fortunate to be able to get that shot in June? And then eventually the losses of Cruz, Horwitz, now Griffin, among others, that's eventually going to catch up to them, and they'd be best served to go ahead and try to address this need. Clearly it was that, and that's what they used the competitive balance pick for. Now, as far as Isert is concerned, there's some really good secondary stuff. This, I think, essentially fills the void of Evan Sisk, depending on how long he's going to be out. The ERA is still closing in on 6. There's some wildness. The fastball does not at all impress you. So this is a junk balling left-hander that has some good secondary stuff. Extension is something that the Pirates value. In other words, release point close to home plate. Does it get on you quickly? Bailey Falter had that. A guy by the name Jackson Wolf had that when they acquired him for Rich Hill a few years ago. So that's something that they value, that they feel that they might be able to unlock. So a little bit of a project there in the bullpen. The bullpen doesn't get measurably better. So that's what we have for you here over the last 12 hours. The Pirates getting 2 pieces that will help the Major League club. So what do I grade it? Do I like it? I guess I do, because what it does is it addresses immediate need. Did the Pirates overpay for it? Probably so, which I've always been an advocate of. You don't necessarily have to win a deal. I'm not sure that the Pirates did. The White Sox, they're able to run their draft pool money up over $20 million. So this was need for need, an organization that was still somewhat rebuilding, though the White Sox made some pretty good strides this year. And the Pirates, they had some areas that they had to patch up very, very quickly. So quick fix, they used the trade capital that they had and apparently got the best deal that they could for it. So what's on tap for today's show, brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet. Be sure to find your beach with their specials on Corona, 24-pack cans at $29.99. Route 8 in Hampton. You could drive a little, save a lot. We'll hear from Don Kelly, who spoke just moments ago about the trade, and we'll also dive into the pitching matchup, which is the same as yesterday. For Game 1, Braxton Ashcraft goes opposite of Brandon Sproat. The starting lineups look to be the same, and then we'll also give you a quick preview of Game 2. And then it's 12:05 baseball here, Game 1 of a doubleheader on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The weather? Oh, yeah, a hot topic, sore spot, if you will, from Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. When weather disasters strike, or maybe don't strike, call Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Pirates, Brewers coming your way at 12:05 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Robert Pearson Associates is one of the area's leading personal injury law firms. For over 45 years, the family-owned firm has remained dedicated to helping the friends and neighbors of our area get the justice they deserve. With 3 generations of legal expertise and a team of experienced attorneys, if you are injured, Robert Pearson Associates handles all the costs of your case. No fees unless you win. The experienced personal injury team at Robert Pearson Associates is here to help. Call today for a no-obligation appointment or visit piercelaw.com.
The Hep C Cure Squad is here for your protection. Cause if you are uncertain, my suggestion is get tested. The time is now. Find your nearest local clinic. What's exquisite? If it's hard for you to travel, they do home visits. You're not alone, listen. They're here to help. You deserve to focus on your future well-being and health. This next line is tremendously important. You don't have to pay a dime, a single cent, or need insurance. Doc Hep C, I speak screaming, yell it loudly. Don't you ever doubt me. Come and get your cure from Central Outreach.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
It's the final seconds of the match and the world is watching. He's lining up the shot. The crowd is on their feet. Oh, wait, that's not the goal. That's a gas line. Ooh, red card. Before you dig in your yard, make the smart play and call 811 to have underground utility lines marked. Contact 811 before you dig, because hitting a gas line is definitely a penalty. Visit PA1call.org.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Pirates and Brewers, first of 2 today, 4:05. The second game will be played as part of a split doubleheader. Thanks for joining us. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, taking a look at the standings, brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors, PellaPittsburgh.com. Pirates actually, by staying idle last night, pick up a half game in the wild card. They're now 4.5 back. Still Washington and St. Louis ahead of them in the final 3 that are out. The 3 that are in right now, Chicago, Miami, and Chicago, Philadelphia, and Miami in that order. Brewers sending Brandon Sproat to the mound. Braxton Ashcraft has the ball for the Pirates, brought to you by Joe Ball GMC. You can have it all at Joe Ball. We'll get into that in a moment, but of course we're still unpacking the trade that the Pirates made about 12 hours ago, acquiring infielder Jacob Gonzalez and left-handed reliever Brandon Eisert from the Chicago White Sox in exchange for their competitive balance pick that had to be dealt by 1 p.m. today because the draft starts today. Jaden Woods in the Pirates organization. He's a left-hander. He is also headed to the Chicago organization in that trade. While the Pirates are playing today, and they're picking 5th overall, the draft starts. So bit of an oddity to be playing baseball while your club is drafting. So we'll, by the time the game ends, have an idea of who the Pirates wind up selecting. In our minor league report, brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and their credit card that allows 5% cash back earnings on gas, groceries, restaurants, and travel through August. All the terms and stipulations at AllegiantFCU.org. Also, to make room on the 40-man roster, the Pirates had to designate for assignment Cam Sanders, reliever that they just sent out yesterday, and also shift Connor Griffin to the 60-day IL on the Robert Pearson Associates injury report. They're Pittsburgh's premier injury attorneys to go ahead and add both Eisert and Jacob Gonzalez. Pirates manager Don Kelly spoke with reporters just a short time ago on the trade that you could tell is for the here, the now, and addressing immediate need and pain points for the Pirates bullpen and the short, long-term shortstop issue in light of Griffin's injury. So here's the skipper.
Obviously, 2 new players. Where do you think, first Gonzalez can kind of fit in and give you some options on this team?
Yeah, a guy that can play short and third specifically, and also second and first. They can bounce around. Showed great improvement this year with the power in AAA, and then did well when he was up with the White Sox too, and excited to add him. And then with Eisert, Sisk being down, had a need. We've got needs in the bullpen and had one there that we could fill, and to be able to get him to backfill that need was big too.
Do you envision using Gonzalez as a platoon partner with Triolo at short for now, or how do you kind of?
Yeah, 12 hours in. Not even 12 hours into the trade. I as it works out, we'll see how everything plays out. But yes, I would see him getting time at short.
Is there a desire to get him in early, or do you want to wait when you bring in a new guy with Gonzalez?
Yeah, definitely want to get him in there. That's what we got him for. Not sure when that activation will take place. Trying to get them here as soon as possible, and we'll see what that looks like when they get here.
How do you kind of feel about the offensive upside that Gonzalez has, and just what he's capable of with the bat in his hand?
Yeah, he's shown a lot, and for first round pick a couple years ago, and then to show the improvement that he showed this year. And the power that he showed, very intriguing.
How does this affect, Gonzalez, Triolo? Is it kind of a fluid situation with all these guys that they can all play short and third?
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see as we go on what that looks like, and see Jacob Gonzalez at short and third. Want to see him move around and see how he's going and swings the bat. And with Triolo and Gonzo's been doing such a great job offensively. I would say he's going to be in there a lot, and then we'll feel it out with Jacob and Tree.
What's kind of so intriguing about what Eisert can bring to the bullpen?
Yeah, left-handed, throw strikes. The underlying stuff that the office saw is very intriguing. And how he's able to attack lefties has been really good against left-handed batters. And to add another lefty that gives us some more flexibility to do other things would be really big right now with Sisk being down. And then when Sisk comes back, even if you can have 4 solid lefties out there, that's a good thing to have.
Another response you can kind of imagine you would want to deploy Eisert in? Do you know maybe just how that might work, how he factors into the bullpen?
He's been, like I said, he's been really good against left-handers. Gives us other options to if we wanted to open or do other things, either with Eisert or Monty. Different. I just feel like it gives us better options, because then if let's say we open Eisert, we still have 2 guys. If we open Monty, we still have 2 lefties to deploy later in the game, again, especially against some of the teams that have a lot of left-handed batters.
How much can you benefit from coming here, because he kind of fits that demographic that's worked well here?
I think, and that's a big key with PNC Park and spinning guys around to the right side, and to see the underlying stuff that the office saw, and to put them at PNC, there's a lot of upside.
All right, so there's Don Kelly with reporters a short time ago. So as I listened to him talk about how this helps him in the here and the now. I think that the more I actually do like the trade, excuse me, and I was looking at, okay, when did, and I do give the Pirates credit here because this is something that we're not used to. A recent turn of events, some bad news occurring, and the Pirates going out immediately and addressing that for the today, in the literal sense, the today, because most deals that they're making are for the long term, the short long term. Of course, they've bought before at the deadline, but not to. Something has transpired in the last week. Two things have transpired in the last week. And in the case, Evan Sisk going on the injured list on July the 4th, Connor Griffin going on the injured list July the 7th, saying, okay, crap, let's make a trade and have one done within the week, even if it meant losing the deal, which maybe if you pan out, back out of here long term, do the White Sox wind up, quote unquote, winning the deal? Well, that's okay to lose a deal if you have the ability to immediately address your pain points. And I think what this deal does, and Donnie may have led on to it here, this deal helps the Pirates, obviously, in the actual personnel swap outs for Sisk and Griffin as they're hurt. And maybe reading the tea leaves, perhaps Sisk is going to be down longer than originally thought as they assess the elbow situation and learn more about it. And obviously, we know Griffin is going to be down, putting him on the 60-day injured list. There's also the ability, and Donnie mentioned, and I asked Ben Cherington about this earlier in the week, Mitch Keller is struggling mightily, particularly against left-handed hitters. And that has been a huge wrench in the season, just as much and perhaps even more so than the things going on in the bullpen. And Keller simply cannot get left-handers out. Opposing teams, and every time Keller pitches, we say, well, 6 of 9 left-handers, 7 of 9 left-handers, 8 of 9 left-handers in the lineup against Mitch Keller. There's a lot of left-handers in the teams that the Pirates are facing, especially in the National League Central Division, and they're stacking them, especially today. Brewers are going to send, 3-4 straight left-handers, 3 in Yelich, Mitchell, and Turang up against the Bucks. So the ability and having a third left-hander in the bullpen, Donnie alluded to it, you got to open for Keller at this point to try to patch this thing through. You need a short-term quick fix to try to nurse him along to take away some of the really key left-handed matchups and reduce that maybe to just one time in a game or maybe even 2 times in a game. So that's what this deal does with either Eisert or being able to slide Montgomery into an opener role at times for Mitch Keller. So the more I think about it, the more I chew on it. We haven't had a ton of time to do all of that. I think the more I like it, and I do commend the Pirates for literally assessing what's happened to them in a week's time, adjusting on the fly, and getting something done. And saying we have pain points, we need them, and we address them today. So do stay with us. Coming up next, we'll continue on looking more at this pitching matchup, run down the starting lineups before we send it over to Joe Block, John Wayner with the Pennsylvania One Call System Call of the Game. It's the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. Doubleheader today at PNC Park. Pirates and Brewers in a big divisional matchup leading us into the All-Star break on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Citizens is your live entertainment partner in Pittsburgh. Cardholders get access to pre-sale tickets and skip the line entry at 2 of Pittsburgh's hottest venues. Shouldn't you have the debit or credit card that offers exclusive perks? Elevate your concert-going experience at the brand new Citizens Live at the Wiley or the recently renovated Roxy Theater presented by Citizens. Learn more at citizensbanklive.com/Pittsburgh-music. Again, that's citizensbanklive.com/Pittsburgh-music. Member FDIC.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add Wireless Connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hey guys, Precision Pointing, an amazing company, amazing crew of workers, amazing craftsmanship. I've been talking about them for quite some time now, and I'm not going to stop talking about them because they're that good. If you've got a masonry project that you need done, like brick pointing, chimney repair, anything else, well, I can't say enough good things about them after I saw them work their magic on my own home. No down payment required. That's crazy. A guarantee on all of their work. Who does that? Precision Pointing does. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli here to deliver a big pitch from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Have you heard about their ultra-competitive first position home equity loan rate of 5.25%? That's right, 5.25%. It's been so popular, they've extended the promotion, leaving plenty of time for you to hit a home run for that big project or unexpected expense. Learn the full terms, conditions, and membership eligibility requirements at AllegiantFCU.org. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, equal housing lender, federally insured by the NCUA.
Baseball fans, it's summer, it's hot, and that means you need beer. It means you need to find your beach. Find your beach with Corona 24-pack cans, just $29.99 at Hampton Beer Outlet. Perfect for the beach or the pool or the patio or tailgating before you watch your favorite baseball team. At Hampton Beer Outlet, you can find your beach with Corona 24-pack cans at just $29.99. Very low price. Get to Hampton Beer Outlet where they have the best prices, the best customer service. Route 8 in Hampton.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Spain is the tournament's top seed. A beautifully balanced side built on fluid possession, led by a creative playmaker who unlocks defenses at will. La Roja's depth across every position makes them the team to beat.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Getting you ready for a doubleheader today after the Pirates and Brewers were unable to play yesterday with the forecasted weather. So it's a double-header twin bill today. No word as to whether or not Jacob Gonzalez or Brandon Eisert, who were traded by the White Sox to the Pirates for the competitive balance pick along with a minor league left-hander, will be available today. Perhaps they're putting them on a red eye to get the guys over here. Maybe they suit up mid-game, second game of the twin bill. Also, we'll hear from Ben Cherington and Kevin Graves a little bit later on this afternoon. They'll be picking 5th overall, and the draft starts at 1 p.m., I think. So the draft will be going on as the Pirates play, and they have the 5th overall selection. So that'll be a little unique to try to follow multiple things here. Lineups, same as they were originally scheduled to be yesterday for the first of this 3-game series. And they're brought to you by Central Outreach and Wellness Center. You can cure your Hep C, no insurance necessary for care. Christian Yelich, the DH, Garrett Mitchell in center field, Bryce Terang, he's the left-handed hitting second baseman. William Contreras cleans up catches. Jake Bowers, first base, followed by Luis Lara in left field. Cooper Pratt, shortstop. Sal Frelick hitting 8th in right field. And Joey Ortiz will be the third baseman. Jake Mangum has been really good for the Pirates. Center field at the leadoff position. Brandon Lau, second base. And my pick to perform is going to be Brian Reynolds, as it was yesterday. 941 OPS lifetime against Milwaukee, 16 home runs. He's designated to hit in the 3 spot of the order. As Marilyn Valdez in right field, followed by Ryan O'Hearn at first base. Nick Gonzalez, the third baseman, will hit 6th. Tyler Callahan has been a .326 hitter in the 7th spot of the batting order, 7th. He'll be in left field. Jared Triolo plays shortstop, hits 8th, and Henry Davis will catch. Braxton Ashcraft on the mound, and a key to victory will be for Ashcraft to try to mitigate some of the first inning damage that's occurred against him here in 4 of his last 6 starts. That's brought to you by Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. Visit spitzertoyota.com. Ashcraft, 108 1/3 innings. He's rapidly approaching and will almost be to his career high by the end of this start. He was at 118. Even if he went 9 today, that wouldn't get him there, but he's awfully close. He's been absolutely terrific on a 4-game win streak. Pirates have gotten a ton of run support against him, 41 runs of support in these 4 games that he's won consecutively. They've won 2/3 of the games in which he's pitched, a 12-6 record, so all good stuff for Braxton Ashcraft, especially his ability to adjust when he does give up some runs. He's there's no secret as to what his game is. Get ahead, attack, fill up the strike zone. Teams we've seen in the first inning have changed their approach, shortened the swing. They've jumped the count early, and that has led to him giving up some first-inning runs 4 of his last 6 starts. And amazingly, prior to that, Ashcraft had not given up a first-inning run in 20 straight starts. So that was somewhat record-setting and significant in the annals of Pirates history. So want to see a 0, hang up a big bagel on the board, if you will, in that first inning for Braxton Ashcraft, one of my keys to victory. All right, so that just about does it here on the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. And by the way, Joel Nelson is telling me there is a report that Isert and Jacob Gonzalez should be with the club here at some point. So they may be available, maybe not for game 1, but you would think that for game 2. So you talk about rushing, getting them here, needing them for every single game. Talk to Don Kelly about this. The walls are starting to close in on the Pirates. They're sitting at 500 at 47-47. Milwaukee is 59-34. Brewers have won 14 of their last 19. They're trying to get to 60 wins, fastest in franchise history. So this is a big series. Clearly, the Pirates made a move for immediate need, and when I say immediate, I mean today, I mean this afternoon. So hopefully that gets addressed, and we'll see these guys in uniform and maybe even making an impact on the back end of a doubleheader. All right, that does it for us. Coming up next, again, the Pennsylvania One Call System call of the game. Call 811 before you dig and know what's below. Joe Block, John Wayner. I'll be with you between games shortly, and then, of course, late tonight on the backside of the end of our doubleheader today. Pirates and Brewers, so enjoy it. A lot of baseball of consequence here on Sports Radio.